Good afternoon. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk call the roll, please, to establish quorum?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ashby? Here. Councilmember Laloe?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela? Councilmember Chenier?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Vang? Here. And Mayor Steinberg.
Here, Councilmember Chenier, would you lead us, please, in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah, thank you.
Everyone, please stand. Please stand for the opening acknowledgements in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin, Winton, Putwin, Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's histories, contributions, and lives. Thank you. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, members of the City Council, city staff, and the members of the public who are watching, Councilmember Valenzuela is ill tonight, but participating in the way that we have all been participating the last 2.5 years, and that is necessarily by Zoom. And I know she will be back with us in person, hopefully very, very soon. But in the meantime, I think it is really important that we open this meeting by acknowledging that for the first time in 2.5 years, we are together around the City Council dais. Now, Zoom was a pretty decent substitute, and certainly out of necessity, and I want to thank especially the city clerk and her team for all of the adaptations that you had to make over this period of time to assure that the democratic process continued with full public participation and with the active engagement and involvement of all of you as my colleagues. And that was all fine and out of necessity, but I must say how wonderful it is to be back together again. I think and for council members Laloe and Vang, and soon Councilmember Valenzuela, it's an odd thing to say that you have been council members now for over 2 years, and this is the first time you have been able to sit around the dais. And we welcome you. It's good to be here. No party. But one of the things I think that I hope we will all find is that while we maintained a collegiality and a good spirit over Zoom, that the ability to actually be together in person will make what we do even more rich, more meaningful, and hopefully even more effective. And so this is a big night. Not only do we have a very important issue to decide in the special meeting at 6 o'clock, but just being together, I think, is a significant moment to note. And so I want to welcome you all back. And same thing, you want to speak, just, now you press one button instead of a different button, and we'll make sure, of course, that everyone is heard. So we have a short 5 o'clock meeting, and by the way, if we finish before 6 o'clock, the time for the special meeting, we will recess simply and resume then at 6 o'clock with the special meeting. But we have some business, and I would ask for any questions, comments on the consent calendar. Anybody wants to be heard on any item or to have an item taken up separately, this is your this is your chance. Let me see if I got anybody on the speaker queue.
And Mr. Mayor, for the record, I'd like to read
Yes,
onto the
please.
record. There's two PFP items, item 12 and item 26. Item 12 will be considered on 8/26, not on 8/9 as stated in the recommendation. And item 26 will be considered on 8/23, not 8/16 as stated in the recommendation.
Okay, so those will be amendments within the consent calendar motion when it is made. I have Councilmember Harris up on the queue. Let me figure out how to, okay, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to make some comments on item 26 at the appropriate time.
Okay, let me hold on here just a second. Okay, 26, Jeff Harris. Are there any other members that want to speak on any of the items? Is there a motion then on the consent calendar?
So moved, Mayor. Second.
So moved by Councilmember Jennings, second by Councilmember Harris. Why don't you speak on item 26, then we'll take the public testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This item about the sidewalk ordinance, about obstructions and pedestrian interference is something that I wanted to bring back. We went along, a lot of people are not really aware of past for publication. So this is an ordinance change. After it passes on consent, assuming it does, then it will have a 10-day review period and will come back on the 23rd of August for council deliberation. So I just wanted to make that clear to the public that it will be coming back a little later in the month. Thank you.
Thank you for always important to educate the public and each other about the process here. Madam Clerk, is there public testimony on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, I have 8 hands raised to make comment on this item. The first one is a phone number 4366. I believe that's Mr. Davis.
Hello, yes, this is something good to see. Welcome back to the Mayor and City Council. I would like to comment on number 5 and 6, and I'll take 2 minutes for both. I would want to make the Mayor and City Council aware that that's called the North Sacramento project, and when it was proposed to us in District 2, they were talking about the Marysville corridor and Del Paso Boulevard. And because there's 21 communities, that's unheard of because of gerrymandering. There's 21 communities. I hope that the Mayor and City Council understand that and make that amendment in the language of what this is called, which is the North Sacramento project. And then number 2, Mayor and City Council, kudos, because you're talking about $500K to the California Black Chamber of Commerce. I would consider that a good faith payment since I've seen other chambers get more than that 2 and 3 weeks in a row on the consent calendar. But overall, I'm impressed with what I just stated, and hopefully you'll make that amendment to North Sacramento project on number 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Boyd.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. I wanted to speak on the sweeping measure. I'm not particular on the numbers of the measure. Bear with me here. It's my first time speaking at City Council, and I just wanted to state that I find that to be disadvantageous to the community because I find that when you sweep people, they're going to become more disorganized and more unstable and not ready to be able to get back into housing. And it's only going to further make things more chaotic in the community and their people. And how are they supposed to get back into stability without proper supports and stability to be able to get new jobs, to get benefits, to be able to become stable. I personally work with the homeless in the community, and I see the damage that it causes directly firsthand. And so I just wanted to say that the sweeping measure, I found it to be deplorable, and I found it a violation of human rights. And I really do think that we should really think that when people talk about safe streets, what they're really meaning is violence against our community members and people that we live next to. They're our neighbors, whether you think of them as human or not the city council necessarily, but maybe some people in the community. It does indeed cause damage to us and to actual human lives. So thank you for letting me have some time here, and I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Zach.
Yes, hi. Item 26 regarding sidewalks. I'm really tired of this. I'm tired of coming to you. I'm tired of pushing you to treat people humanely. This is nothing more than a bald-faced attempt to try and criminalize people because of your failures at providing housing. You can't bring yourselves to build government housing despite record funding from the state, but because of business interests who care about their bottom line and thus tie you to their success, or you won't get your donations for your next political office. If any of you ever enter these offices for anything other than power, that is the point. It's to always keep you running after office so that you're never committal to any substantive change that doesn't favor power, or else you'll risk their ire. You'll risk them turning against you. God forbid you help the people, your constituents. No, instead you'll lean into their fear-mongering as a way to push the majority of your constituency who doesn't have time for research into believing the tired tropes that they trot out. Homeless people are trying to survive. Some do crimes to survive. Guess what they won't do if you provide them housing, food, etc.? Crime. A large chunk of homeless people are mentally unwell and need care, not court-ordered care, not incarceration-based care, but care related to how to get them better, not just whisk them off your street because they're inconvenient to look at. Guess what happens if they get that care? They don't run screaming down your streets at 3 a.m. because our taxes are actually going to help them rather than funding enforcement alone with no care whatsoever. And now we've reached the end of your rope. Because you want them gone, you need them gone, but you can't bring yourselves to build housing. You can't bring yourselves to fund services or push the county to fund services. So you turn to incarceration, a great way to get them off the street for a few months at a time, but not long-term solution, only a Band-Aid on an arterial bleed. The blood has been gushing for decades and you come at us with a Band-Aid. If you gave a fuck, you'd come with a tourniquet and bandages, an ambulance, EMTs, but you come at us with a Band-Aid and expect us to think you're doing anything other than hiding this problem for a moment. You're criminalizing poverty and you should be ashamed. It's disgusting. Your class warfare on the least in our society because you don't give a flying fuck about them. You disgust me.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lee Ness. Lee Ness.
Yes, hi there. Sorry about that. I appreciate you taking our comments tonight. The fact of the matter is that the general public cannot use the sidewalks when there is no room for us to walk except for in the street, right? And it puts many people in danger, much more than the single person that's on the sidewalk in danger. Right across the street from where I live, the library has got a homeless encampment that takes up the entire street. There's a chain link fence behind it, and we have to walk around it. Now, I do believe that there's other ways that you guys can address the homeless problem, but when we have many people and we have people that work in this department that are struggling to get people housed because they can't leave their dogs, and the housing that you guys allow won't take dogs. But then you leave them on the street to put every pedestrian in danger where they're having to walk out in the street and potentially get hit. And some of these places that the homeless encampments are set up on the street are hundreds of feet long. So our children, us, pets are all having to walk in the street. And that's just, it's not right. And whatever we have to do as a community to take care of this problem, you know, and hey, to the guy who was speaking earlier, if someone goes in and is incarcerated, that's a lot of times when people get clean. And that is a big problem with the fentanyl epidemic. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nick Kufasimis.
Yes, thank you. I'll be speaking regarding item 26. The East Sacramento Community Association, ESCA, supports the sidewalk ordinance. Pedestrian safety for all, including disabled, the elderly, children, and all residents, is important as vehicle safety. There are so many areas where people have to walk in the streets and it's simply unsafe. We support the city efforts to find suitable housing for the unhoused, and we do not feel this is criminalization of the homeless any more than prohibiting the blockage of streets. Thank you.
Next speaker is Daniel Savala.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Welcome back. It sure is good to see you guys at the dais. I'm calling in tonight as the Executive Director of the Del Paso Boulevard Partnership, your property and business improvement district along Del Paso Boulevard and parts of Arden Way. Urging you to support item number 5 tonight. It was a surprise, but a pleasant one to see this item come to the consent calendar tonight. So I do two things and urge you to please vote for it. But also ask one more time that when doing frameworks like this, I know how difficult the ARPA funding has proven to be. I know there's tons of restrictions, so I don't want to criticize the outreach too much, but I am concerned, but hopeful that in the future there'll be more outreach with the PBID in particular, as far as moving forward and implementing those dollars and bringing great projects for Del Paso Boulevard and Marysville. We have more than 515 businesses, parcels here on Del Paso Boulevard. Many of them are in desperate need of some of these programmings and funding that were pretty well laid out tonight. So I thank you and hope you to vote to support this item. And please ask that there be just some more outreach with the business community here on Del Paso Boulevard as we move forward. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Claire. Claire, if you'll unmute. I'm going to go to the next speaker, Dale.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Dale Snapp, and I understand the city it wants to find a solution for the homeless. They purchased 110 acres for this exact project, and nothing is being done with that. As it is now, walking on sidewalks, there are encampments now that actually place signs declaring that the sidewalks are private property and the tax-paying users are not allowed to use them anymore. This is ridiculous. The city spent millions and millions of dollars under 88 lawsuits in the last 10 years putting in curb cuts to make sidewalks accessible, and then they're turning around and allowing these encampments to completely overtake them. The city has come up with one band-aid solution after another that just doesn't work. Miller Park is another prime example. You put a bunch of tents, everybody told you that you're putting them in, up on an embankment over the river where it's going to be cold in the winter and it's going to be hot in the summer. And lo and behold, just like we told you, now the homeless are suing you over not providing them with free air conditioning and cooling camps. I 100% support clearing the sidewalks, but I also 100% support developing the property that the city's already purchased and start using that as a way to find a habitable place long-term for these people to go. But I think what we're going to find out is most homeless will not go, even if provided a place to go. It's a myth to think that they're all going to go if you just provide them services. A large majority do not want services, and we need to compel them to take those services or move to places where they're not impacting the lives of other people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Shelley Williams.
Hi, Shelley Williams, District 2, parent of a Twin Rivers second grader. And I oppose this sidewalk ordinance, item 26, in every way, shape, and form. I really want you all to stop and think about the timing of this. We just learned homelessness in Sacramento has nearly doubled in the past 3 years. And we're now in this full-fledged humanitarian crisis. And it's one that's entirely manufactured. It is a policy choice, and it's showing no signs of slowing down. So of course it's visible. Of course it's filling up our free public space. And as the adults in the room, quote unquote, you need to know that you know already that this is not going to slow down just because you criminalize it. And if you're all actually interested in solutions that would accommodate everyone's needs in the short term, you can look at Culver City. They did this crazy thing. They expanded their sidewalks to make room for everybody. And they happen to have a mayor who understands that housing is the solution. A very rare thing, unfortunately, but he knows that criminalization is the wrong approach. And so there was the political will to do these more creative, humane solutions. And outside of these humane and reasonable short-term solutions, which impacted people and advocates are more than happy to work with you on. The only thing this body should be discussing at this point is a robust investment into public housing. That's it. That's the only solution. Get it together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Ellie Schweck. Ellie Schweck. Ellie, it appears you're unmuted. It's your time to present to the council. Looks like our final speaker on the consent calendar is Barry Boyd. Mr. Boyd, if you'll unmute. Mr. Boyd,
Yes, can you hear me?
you have significant background noise.
Can you hear me? If you can hear me, this is part of the issue. Of what I was calling
Mr.
on.
Boyd, we cannot hear you. You need to turn down the audio on the device you're watching the meeting. I'm going to go back to Ellie Schweck. Ellie? It appears Ellie's having audio problems too. Let's try Mr. Boyd one more time. Mr. Boyd, if you'll unmute.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
The one of the issues I'm going to bring up in a item not on the agenda is the horrendous audio and Granicus page. But anyway, my comments were for item 12. I was surprised that in addition to the resolution being requested for a CUP for the coffee shop, which I remember I was part of the Planning and Design Commission that okayed that, but I didn't remember having seen any information about the drive-through diabetes distribution point. My apologies, you guys are calling them fast food restaurants, come across our desk. It may have come years prior, but to that, the historical council members of District 8 have fought tooth and nail to keep those type of establishments out. But with that said, I'm glad it's been tabled for another date, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make a quick comment on item number 6. I'm very excited about this grant, but I want to make sure that our economic development and California Black Chambers, they can work hand in hand to make sure all the guidelines with the ARPA rules are met and satisfied. And also just kind of reading through it about the classes and all the training that they want to set. One of the concerns that I have, it's very hard on small businesses that's family ran for them to leave their work for training. So maybe we can do something where the existing staff of the chamber can actually meet these operators at their place of work for any kind of training or technical support. And also to make sure that, you know, we have so many struggling businesses, to make sure that there's certain funding available for them since they got hurt really bad with COVID. So again, I'm very excited. I've talked to Mr. Jay King, and he's on this, but I think we just want to make sure that hopefully with the Assistant of Economic Development, the process is completed without any kind of void or possibly have an audit or anything like that. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Laloe. All right, we do have a motion and a second on the consent calendar as amended slightly by our city clerk on items 9 and 12, just different dates in terms of when they were coming back. So let us now call the roll on the consent calendar.
Correct. If I can just reiterate that on item 12, we are still, the action before you is passed for publication, but it will be, the item will be considered on August 16th. And item 26, the action tonight is passed for publication, but it will be considered on August 23rd. So we have a motion and a second by Jennings and Harris. Vice Mayor Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier? Councilmember Chenier? Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. All right, the consent calendar passes. Members, items, do I need a motion, Madam Clerk, to continue items 28 and 30, or are those automatically continued?
No, item 28, we do need a motion to continue that item.
Okay.
with item 30, you do not need a motion.
Okay, let's move continuance for item 20.
So moved, Mayor, for
Okay,
Valenzuela.
good. Councilmember Valenzuela moves. Second. I need to make sure that I can see Councilmember Valenzuela if she comes up on the speaker queue here.
I can do that for you.
Okay, thank you. Is there public testimony
I
on
haven't-
item 28 in the continuance?
That would be only on the continuance
Yes,
of
only
the
on
item.
Yes.
I show no hands raised on the continuance
And
of
let's
the
call the
item.
roll, please.
So that was a motion by Councilmember Valenzuela and a second by Guerra to continue the item to August 30th. So Vice Mayor Ashby? Councilmember Laloe? Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilmember Schneer? Mayor Pro Tem Guerra? Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang? Yes. Mayor Steinberg?
Yes, all right, that is continued. So item 30 is continued, and then item 32 is been scheduled for 6 o'clock at the special meeting, just so the members know. So that leaves us with two items, which are items 29 and 31. So let's begin with item 29, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Madam City Clerk, and the members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Johnson with Engineering Services, a division within the Department of Public Works. Item 29 before you this afternoon proposes adopting a resolution to vacate a 46-foot wide public right-of-way known as Media Lane, which is located east of Canterbury Road and runs along the north side of Highway 160. This request is being made to facilitate the development of an apartment project called The Grove at Woodlake West. And this project has been approved for the construction of 196 new dwelling units. The owner of the property is requesting the vacation of the 46-foot wide right-of-way for public road and public utility purposes. If approved by City Council, a private access easement will be executed between the adjacent property owner, ensuring that all parties continue to have access to their properties. Public Works staff, along with the other utility agencies, support this vacation request. Additionally, the project is consistent with the Sacramento 2035 General Plan and in compliance with the California Streets and Highways Code. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is there public testimony on the item?
Mayor, I have no hands raised to make comment on this item.
All right, let's take a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
So moved. Didn't die for lack of a motion, so
That
that's
was
good.
opening and closing the public hearing? Correct.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry.
thank you. That was a motion by Vice Mayor Ashby and a second by Councilmember Harris to open and close the public hearing and adopt the recommendation. Vice Mayor Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier? Councilmember Guerra? Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang? Yes. And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes, all right, that passes. Let's move on to the final item of the 5 o'clock meeting, which is item 31.
Good evening. I'm Helen Self, Community Development Department, with a presentation about the Reduced Residential Development Impact Fees for Affordable Dwelling Units program. The Mitigation Fee Act authorizes local governments to impose fees on development projects to defray the cost to the city of new or additional public facilities that are needed because of the development project. Development impact fees are monetary exactions established and imposed according to various sections of Sacramento City Code and collected as fees at rates established by resolution. The funds collected are used to finance the design, construction, installation, and acquisition of public infrastructure and/or to recover the cost of adding capacity in existing public infrastructure that is needed to serve the new development project. On October 30th, 2018, City Council passed a resolution reducing certain development impact fees for qualified new affordable dwelling units to a $0 rate, creating a new program to reduce financial barriers and stimulate affordable housing production. This report provides information about the number, location, and types of affordable dwelling units that received fee reductions from the program and an analysis of revenue losses from the development impact fees that were not collected in the 3.5 years between January 2019 and the first half of 2022. Staff requests City Council direction regarding program performance, revenue sources for restoring impact fee funds to address existing and ongoing funding replacement obligations, and preferred options for continuing, modifying, or discontinuing the fee reduction program. Next slide, please. Between January 2019 and June 2022, 2,076 affordable dwelling units participated in the program. Staff conducted a survey of the fee reduction program participants. Most of the respondents agreed that the fee reduction program has helped their organization construct affordable dwelling units in Sacramento. The majority also agreed that the program increases the likelihood that their organization will continue to build both affordable housing and new development generally in Sacramento. Next slide, please. This diagram from the Housing Element Annual Progress Report shows housing production in Sacramento between 2006 and 2021. As you can see, affordable housing production has gone up since 2019. While it is challenging to conclude that the fee reduction program is the primary reason for the increase in the production of affordable dwelling units from 2019 to 2021, the fee reduction program has been utilized more than originally anticipated. Next slide, please. This map shows the locations of participating affordable housing projects over the first 3 years. The smaller green dots represent single unit dwellings because we didn't actually have any duplex in the duplex category. And the blue dots represent commercial residential projects with 3 or more dwelling units. The size of the dots is proportional to the number of dwelling units. Next slide, please. This table shows the development impact fee revenue that was not collected due to the fee reduction program. The grand total over 3.5 years since the program started was over $8.7 million. The average fee reduction per dwelling unit varies depending on the fees that apply due to the location and the attributes of the project. However, the average is approximately $4,205 per dwelling unit. Next slide, please. Between 2019 and 2021, the city received approximately $1.3 million in grant funding for infrastructure that the Park Impact Fee and Central City Transportation Fee would have funded. So staff considered this grant funding to be an offset, which replaces some of the impact fees that were not collected between 2019 and 2021, reducing the amount that needs to be replaced to just over $7.4 million. Staff estimate that the fees not collected in future years will be approximately $2 to $3 million annually. Next slide, please. The city is obligated to replace the revenue from fees not collected to pay for incomplete improvements. The replacement revenue needed, again, for the fees not collected so far is over $7.4 million, and this amount does not include the pending impact fees not collected for the second half of 2022. The city must make findings by the end of 2022 specifying the funding source and date of deposit for approximately $4 million of the $7.4 million. And again, this doesn't include the pending impact fees for the second half of 2022. Infrastructure Financing Division staff and appropriate departments will return to council to make the findings as necessary. Similar findings will need to be made in subsequent years for remaining funds needed for other incomplete improvements. Next slide, please. Staff requests City Council direction regarding number 1, identification of preferred revenue sources to restore impact fee accounts to address existing and ongoing funding replacement obligations. Options could include general funds, Measure U funds, or other sources. Number 2, whether to revise the program to reduce impact fees not collected going forward and how, such as changing the fee reduction rate, limiting the geographic eligibility of the program to certain areas, changing the income eligibility for the program, etc. Note that even if the program is revised to reduce the amount of impact fees not collected, a sustainable funding source will still need to be identified. And number 3, finally, or if there is a lack of funding going forward for infrastructure due to impact fees that aren't collected, wind down the program by establishing a sunset date for the program. These options can be found on page 4 of the staff report. Next slide, please. And this concludes my presentation. We'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have public testimony on the item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 7 hands raised to make comment on this item. The first is Parker Evans. Parker Evans.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Parker Evans. I'm a housing development project manager with Mutual Housing California, and we strongly support the continuation of this program in its current form. As a nonprofit affordable housing developer, we can point directly to successful projects that have benefited from it, including the Wong Center and the Rail Yards and Lavender Courtyard in Midtown. And what I really want to highlight is how much this program helps affordable housing projects in Sacramento compete for state funds. Nearly every state funding program is oversubscribed, and often funding rounds are only able to fund 1/2 or 1/3 of projects. And in many cases, these are shovel-ready projects that aren't able to secure the funds because there's not enough to go around and they can't score the points. So the state, much like the city, they want their public dollars to go as far as possible. And so the most important scoring criteria when they're comparing applications is minimizing total development cost per unit. So as developers, we are strongly incentivized to control costs, but in order to compete, we need all the help that we can get. And I know that the city council can't control the cost of construction materials or lower interest rates, but you are able to continue this fee waiver program, which routinely saves projects very significant sums, the kinds of sums that can make the difference between a desperately needed affordable housing project being awarded to Sacramento instead of Napa or Sonoma. When it comes to supporting the development of affordable housing, the city of Sacramento is frequently held up as a model across the state, and this fee waiver program is a huge part of the reason why. Mutual Housing California appreciates this council's ongoing commitment to building more affordable housing, and we strongly encourage you to continue the program as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Claire. Claire, if you'll unmute. Claire. I'm going to move on to John McCall.
Thank you for your time. My name is John McCall. I'm a project manager for Bridge Housing. We are a nonprofit that builds affordable housing across California, including in Sacramento. And I'm here to voice our support for the City of Sacramento's Reduced Residential Impact Fees program and for the city's leadership in this field more generally. We know that we're in an unprecedented housing affordability and homelessness crisis, with more and more of our neighbors living in cars and shelters and on the street every single day. And at the same time, we're also in a period of incredible inflation in the cost of construction. So while the solution to homelessness is housing, it's getting more expensive to build that housing every year. If new affordable housing developments were required to pay impact fees, it would make it even more expensive and difficult for nonprofits like Bridge to deliver the affordable housing that Sacramento needs and to compete for state dollars for affordable housing, as the previous speaker pointed out. So we applaud this council for reducing residential impact fees for affordable dwelling units, and we encourage you to continue the program so that collectively we can all meet the city's goals for the production of affordable housing. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Artie Zandani.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is Artie Zahadani. I'm a partner with St. Anton Communities, a local real estate affordable housing developer in Sacramento with thousands of units. So first and foremost, I think you are a leader in the state in policy development for affordable housing. You've driven policy through non-discretionary zoning, design review approvals. We have certainty up front, something that we can't get in many other jurisdictions. We hold you up, as the previous speaker said, as a model throughout California. And one more leg of the stool that I think is absolutely critical is this fee waiver process. It gives us certainty up front. It takes away the politics and the NIMBYism of going after city or county controlled grants. And then when you're going in for your financing or reallocations, when you do have this competitive edge by having a lower overall cost, it gives you an advantage over other jurisdictions. And frankly, being very candid, $7 million to produce 2,000 plus units is really a drop in the bucket. It's incredible. You're getting $200,000, $300,000 a unit in other jurisdictions. And the fact that Sacramento's been able to do so much with so little, we urge you to continue this process of waiving fees for affordable units, maybe reduce the threshold to 80% AMI instead of 120% AMI. That might be one way to reduce the requests that come before you. We're opening up a 192 unit senior affordable housing project in Natomas in about 3 weeks, and we already have hundreds of applications that we're very excited about. And we're proposing another project, 152 units, just a couple streets down, and another 200 units. And we would not be doing those projects without this program. So please continue to let this program thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Barry Boyd.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. To a quick point, as was just stated in a very flippant manner by those who have money, that $7 million is just a drop in the bucket. For the mass majority of us, $7 million would be generational wealth. The audacity for anyone to speak on the matter of it's just $7 million. To that point, if the city of Sacramento wasn't behind the 8 ball, that's $7.4 million right now. Think of the city programs that would be taking place this summer with that $7 million. Think of the local nonprofits, the local CBOs that would have been fully funded for 1, 2, 3 years of that $7 million. With that said, when there's a simplistic answer to a simplistic question, and that simplistic answer isn't given, that means somebody is making a lot of money not giving that simplistic answer. With that, I strongly oppose continuing giving any developer that already has deep pockets to start with, or else they would not be a developer if they didn't have that capital behind them. Any breaks and bring the money back to the city to where it should be distributed amongst those who need it, and let the developer make their money on the sale of their property, not on the continued corporate welfare that the city of Sacramento maintains. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Rosa Treviso.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rosa Treviso with the North State BIA, representing over 500 members in the home building industry. We thank the city for its proactive approach in bringing more affordable development to Sacramento, and I'm here today to express support for the continuation of the reduced residential development fee program for affordable dwelling units. It's a fact that we as a city face a shortage of housing, and since the adopting of this program, the city has benefited in having over 2,000 dwelling units participate in the fee reduction program. Continuing the program will help extend the levels of construction we are seeing now, assist with alleviating housing shortfalls, and help the city of Sacramento in meeting its regional housing target of over 45,000 housing units by 2029. Understanding the desire to recoup fee revenue, we support staff's recommendation in utilizing Measure U funds as a preferred source for fund restoration. Construction of affordable housing units in the city is crucial, and continuing the reduced impact fee program will support the much needed construction of homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kathy Cresswell.
Hi, good evening. On behalf of the board and the members of the Sacramento Housing Alliance, I want to urge the council to support continuation of the highly successful and effective policy to reduce fees for the development of affordable homes. While the need for safe and affordable home continues to grow, the resources to finance and build them remain scarce. In addition, as several of the nonprofit and developers who've spoken can attest, the developers have to compete for low-income housing tax credits and other funding from the state. And to do so, they must identify local leverage and propose developments at the lowest possible cost. The city's fee reduction program for affordable housing has made a significant and critical impact on Sacramento's affordable housing builders effectively competing for state funds. And all of the recent groundbreakings and grand openings of amazing, safe and affordable housing communities in the city were made possible by the fee reduction programs. Continuing this important policy will help ensure the city can support needed affordable housing for vulnerable populations and effectively implement its housing element goals. The city staff report requests direction on funding sources. We urge the city to continue this and to look for funding sources to continue this important program, but ones that won't reduce other critical sources of affordable housing financing. We also recommend changing the eligibility to developments reserved for individuals and families making no more than 80% of the area median income. At a time of limited subsidies, the priority should be and must be affordable homes for those most needy in our communities. So thank you for continuing this program, and we appreciate your efforts to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Robert Copeland.
Hi, my name is Robert Copeland. I'm going to support this because we need more low-income housing in Sacramento to help our homeless population, because rent is going up faster than people's income for a lot of people. And they're going to become homeless. We need more housing built that's low income. Plus, it helps our tax base in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Claire, if you'll unmute. It appears Claire's having technical difficulties. Michael Boyd Jr. is the final speaker on this item.
Hi there. Yes, I also want to speak on the public housing waiver. I just know from experience housing my clients. I work in the trenches day to day, helping my clients get housing, and affordable housing units, public housing units, are the probably number one way I help people resolve their housing crisis. If you have a fixed income, and if you're disabled and you're elderly or you're whatever, and you cannot increase your income, and you're on a fixed income that's criminally low, truthfully, public housing is the most important thing in getting people housed. And so any way we can reduce barriers for that and encourage development in that, subsidize those programs, anything we can to improve our housing supply, specifically for our critical populations, I have to support, and I think that anyone else should. And anyone else concerned about financial ramifications of that should look at other tell me other solutions to get me public housing then. Because otherwise the problems aren't getting addressed and they're going to compound and cost the city more money in the end. So unless that someone who dissents has a reasonable proposition that they can put forward, I would say go with this for now. But thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. I do have members that want to speak on this. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, just to thank the staff here for this program. When we started going through it, trying to figure out how do we build and incentivize more construction of not just affordable housing, but workforce housing, so that our teachers or grocery workers also can afford to live in our area. So I think it shows. I mean, I think what staff pointed out, that it may not be causal. I mean, it might be correlated, but I think we'll find that out more as we tease out these issues. I do think that the fee reduction program has been very successful personally. And so, I for one like to continue it. The thing that I would like to recommend here, maybe direction to the city manager and staff, is one, to refer it to the Law and Legislation Committee to identify priorities. Like, where do we want to focus on the priority areas? This obviously is a cost to the city, and so we should identify, maybe to follow the vision of our commercial corridor revitalization, putting in areas where it's harder to build, areas where the infrastructure costs are much higher than normal, and this would actually incentivize that construction. So that's one, and I think those conversations could be had at the Law and Legislation Committee. Second, I'd like to make sure that we refer this to the Budget and Audit Committee. So once we determine what our priority and scope is, then we can kind of put a budget tag on it to find out, how much do we perceive it. I think there were some good comments about affordability and making sure that we target affordable housing construction. But I also know that, mixed income housing has been very important also for the economic development of some of those areas. So I don't want to close the window on that, but I do think we should have a deeper discussion about what levels and percentages, and trying to figure out how best to prioritize that. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I know it's more direction here. I don't think they're asking for a motion, but I would direct the city manager to move this to agendize it for Law and Legislation Committee so we can identify priorities for the fee reduction program, and then move it on to Budget and Audit so we can put a tag on it and moving forward. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the staff again for the great work that has gone on in this program.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you. Couple of things. First of all, I want to also thank staff. I think this is a great program, and I think one of the speakers misunderstood a little bit. I believe the $7 million was for 2,000 units, which is a pretty big bang for the buck in doing this work. This really is a matter of priorities and where our priorities are. Is this the biggest bang for the buck within the affordable housing area? I don't know, and that's something that maybe Mr. City Manager, we could take a look at. The other thing for me is just the cost of doing affordable housing. If we're in the $400,000, $500,000, or $600,000 a door, then this $4,000 is very, very small relative to the overall cost per unit that we're building. I would ask that we, and I know we don't have a whole lot of staff in this area, but that we try to convene some of the development community and others to look at the costs and see where we might be able to trim the cost of affordable housing. If we put $7 million into affordable and we can only build 14 units because of the individual cost, it just doesn't seem that that's the way we're going to ever come out of this housing crisis. We got to be smarter. I think we have to be more creative in what we're doing. There are some examples out there, both in our neighboring districts and then also things that we're doing in Oak Park right now with Habitat for Humanity. So I think looking at those things and seeing how we can be more effective and more efficient with every dollar that we do have, because we certainly don't have a lot of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Our affordable developers are doing a great job. But one of the things that I think the public also needs to understand that when it comes to affordable housing, the city plays a very small role, simply because actually all the tax credits go through state and feds. So when callers call and they say the city has to do more, it's not the city that can do that. We're doing the most that we can. So there's nothing beyond that we can do. As far as reducing the fees, it's very tough for me to support this, simply because when I see the breakdown of affordable housing construction on an $80 million project, the developer's fee is around $8 to $9 million. So that's a fee that they're actually taking home with themselves. The idea that we reduce or waive our fees on top of that, that's just doing a disservice to the city, to its residents, and to the programs that are well needed in our city, especially programs that we can set up for the youth. I think the time that we have to baby these developers because they're attached to affordable housing, we need to look at to see what their fees are. And also remember that any affordable housing, at the end of the project, these developers very seldom owe anything as a return on investment, because 90% of their investment has been in tax credits, which turns out into cash, and that's how they do their project. So $80 million project, you get $70 million in tax credits, you get some money from the city, and you take home $8 million while our kids are suffering because we couldn't do a program or a pop-up program in the name of affordable housing. Developers don't need money. The people that reside in affordable housing, they're the ones that are in low income. So a yes vote on this means that we're voting for developers. So if we're voting on this for affordable housing, are we going to vote the same thing for market rate housing, that they can forgive some of their fees? Also keep another thing in mind, that when it comes to affordable housing, already they don't pay any park fees. So if you come to districts like District 2, which has in excess of 2,500 low-income housing, when you go and look at our park fee bucket, it's usually fairly empty. That's why we have a hard time taking care of our parks in that district. So I'm a big no on this. Developers are making a lot of money, in the name of affordable housing. It's time for them to also give back to very needy people that are also their residents. And keep one other thing in mind. The same developers, some of them, not all of them, when their project is done, they also manage the property. So that means on a monthly basis, they have additional income to that $8 million on an $80 million project that they've made already. So to vote yes on this is to make these developers more money than they need. So I hope that I can get the support from my colleagues and get a no vote on this project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There's not a vote tonight on this. This is a review and comment.
Mayor?
Yes, I'm going with Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Valenzuela. You're on the queue. Okay. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a little bit different thought about this than my colleague, Councilmember Laloe. This program has been pretty successful in incentivizing the production of affordable units in our city, which I think we all agree we desperately need. When you look at the numbers, it's not a hugely significant contribution to the overall build-out price, but when you're working on pretty slim margins, it does make a difference, as we heard from St. Anton, who is a developer here in town, soon to start a project in District 3. But the fact of the matter is, we have to pay the fiddler. You know, we have taken income revenue for the city and basically subsidized through fee reductions, but we have to make up that income somehow. And so that is the perennial conundrum that we find ourselves in, hoping that tax revenue will increase or whatever you know, bonanza that we get at any particular time in the economy that will help us subsidize these units. I think we need to continue this program and incentivize the starts of affordable units, but we do have to find a way to replace the revenue. I can't say that I have the answer at this time, and Mr. City Manager, I'm wondering if your finance team has tackled this problem yet.
Councilmember Harris, you know, we have many financial issues with our budget that we've yet to tackle and yet to identify funding for. This is for review and comment, and we're going to bring this item back for a vote, and along with that, the financial considerations.
Yeah, the other thing is, I don't know if anybody has done the math yet, but if we did lower the threshold to 80% AMI, it would be nice to know how much money that would capture back. So that's something that we need to consider moving forward. Perhaps if this does go back to Long Ledge, as Councilmember Guerra has suggested, that would be one of the items that we should tackle in terms of our priorities first, and then figure out the funding source. But to me, I would say that I find this program valuable, and I would like to continue it.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Harris, I get Councilmember Valenzuela, then I want to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate and I agree with the recommendation to refer this to law and legislation. I want to echo the call for a better understanding of the full cost subsidy that we're putting into units, and agree with Chair Chenier for Law and Ledge about looking at how we reduce cost per door. I think that's always important. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't make a comment about distinguishing between for-profit and nonprofit developers. These nonprofit developers are not making a profit. It's in their rules. Then the phrase nonprofit, there's highly regulated as a tax entity. They're not making money on these projects. They're paying their staff who are doing these projects and making them happen, which is very expensive in part because they're pursuing 20 different forms of funding and tax increment and all the things to try to make them pencil. But I do think that there is an important point if we're going to continue to give this subsidy to for-profit developers, which is a different bucket of folks altogether, that we need to make sure that there's protection so that that cost benefit is is being passed through to the tenants. And it's not going to padding additional profit on a project. I think that's a very fair point. I just wanted to make sure we were being nuanced in how we talked about nonprofit versus for-profit developers, because I think that these folks are working incredibly hard. They're not making a lot of money. Some of them themselves are probably below the average median income for our region. And I think it's important that we recognize the distinction between those two groups of folks. I also want to just say that this is a bigger conversation about how we fund affordable housing. And we've talked about this a bunch of different ways. And I think that there's no getting around the fact that we are simply not putting enough money into a trust fund to really subsidize the amount of development we need. The fact that we have trust funds that are generating just around $1 million a year, despite the unprecedented number of growth that's going on in development, is an alarm to me. It's an alarm bell that we need to step back and reevaluate our fees and overall processes in alignment with the goals and the needs that we have in our community for a significant number of more affordable housing and protected units. So when this comes back to law and ledge, I guess what I'm saying is agreeing in the essence of what I think Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Chenier were saying, to have a larger conversation about what we're doing here, what goals we're trying to achieve, and whether or not we're setting ourselves up for success, both in funding sustainability, which is the key reason this was brought to us, but also in terms of the goals that we need for our community in terms of more affordable units. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to add, and I'll turn it back over to my other colleagues. I actually think $7.5 million is far too low. And maybe it's backing up the point Councilmember Valenzuela made before. I understand and acknowledge that we have always have to balance the budget, and we have fiscal challenges. We've gone back and forth over 5-6 years. We've had a lot of one-time money at mid-year. I hope that that continues, especially with some of the buoying news out of Washington, D.C., and some of the more positive things that are happening. And that affordable housing, an affordable housing trust fund, must be part of our city priorities. And this is a form of the concept of affordable housing trust fund. It's a particular way of delivering some value to developers. And yes, Councilman Valenzuela is right. Mostly in the affordable housing space, nonprofit developers. And so it's not a gift to them. They're doing what we ask them to do as a public mission. And they take on significant debt themselves. Let's not forget that. They take on real risk, as do the for-profit developers, by the way, who do affordable housing. And so it's pure economics. If we want to build more workforce and affordable housing in our city, which we must, and it's related to the item we're going to take up in special session in just a few moments, then we have to make affordable housing a fiscal priority in the city. And this is a modest question, really, to continue a program that costs $7.5 million a year so that we can build more affordable housing. I say the number's too low, and I think we have to strive actually to replenish and somehow make permanent this affordable housing trust fund. Councilmember Chenier at one point suggested, I know I suggested at one point, and it was Councilmember Hanson, then Councilmember Chenier, the idea of a bond, which I think in concept is still a good idea. It has to work out economically. But there are other ways that we can make housing a priority that we're looking at currently and that we intend to bring to the City Council for discussion over the next couple of months. You know, sometimes it's not a grant to the developer. Sometimes it can be a bridge loan that can be paid back. In this instance, it's fee waiver and fee deferral. So I think this is really, really important. If we are not willing to do this, then what are we willing to do when it comes to having skin in the game and a stake in the desperate need for more affordable housing? Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to make clarify here with staff for some of those calling that the program will continue as is. Is that my understanding? I want to make sure that's clear for the callers. I think what we're trying to give direction to staff is what do we see the future of it, which is what I hope that we have a good dialogue at Law and Ledge. And, you know, obviously I support the concept of expanding the program as well. And I do think we have to be targeted in what areas we want to do that. But question for staff, just My understanding is the program continues. Is that correct?
Yes. This is Tom Pace with Community Development Department. Yes, the program is continuing. However, there are some mandatory requirements that we find backfill for the lost revenue in a number of our development impact fee programs by the end of the year. So we have a little bit of time, but we do have some work to do in the next few months to try to figure out the best way to do that so that we don't run afoul of other requirements that the state has for us in our development impact fee programs.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steph. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, I just want to make sure that was clear.
Good, very good. And Councilmember Loley will give you, will give you the final word if you would like.
I just want to make a quick comment, and that is, Councilmember Valenzuela, you made an interesting comment that these nonprofit organizations, they don't make any profit. Yet on the latest proposed project in my district, they showed an $8 million fee plus another $1 million in soft costs, such as architectural design and what have you. So I always look at a fee as part of the project that gets distributed between the owners or stakeholders of the entity. I would love for Law and Ledge to look into that and let me know. So I get educated on it. But when I see an $8 million fee on an $80 million project, that tells me $8 million is the net profit. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very good. All right, so that's not for a vote, that's for comment. And that ends our 5 o'clock agenda. Members, the clerk informs me that before we do the special meeting, which is scheduled for 6, but it is now 6:15, that we're going to need to take a 10-minute break anyways to deal with the technical aspects of starting a new meeting. And so I guess, though, for this meeting, are there council ideas and questions or public testimony on items not on the agenda? I guess not. Okay, are there?
So, Mayor.
Yes, go, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's okay.
I have 2 updates and 1 request for staff. One is I just wanted to update the public. I didn't use any office funding for this, that I traveled to Salt Lake to represent regional transit, had a transit board members convening, and then to Denver to go to a local progress meeting of elected officials across the country. But I would like to ask the city manager, and I'll send this email as well, Mindy, so you have it for the log, to have staff look into ways the city can assist in the development of a full service grocery store at 16th and J Street. As this location is a food desert and residents have limited access to nearby groceries and fresh food. This assistance might include provision of sales tax or other forms of assistance for the project, and it's a significant gateway site that could be a catalyst for other opportunities. So I'd like to direct staff to work on that and add that to the log. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to also make a request to be added to the city log as well. First, I just want to thank our city treasurer just for the work that he's done to analyze a housing revenue bond and a potential JPA model to bring more workforce housing into the city. I know both the mayor and I have directed SHRA to work on a policy as well, and really want to take this opportunity to thank SHRA just for their continued work on this. But just given the time constraints and shortage of housing we have in front of us, and I think that was the item that we just talked about, the previous item, I just want to make sure that we actually don't miss out on an opportunity to bring more housing into our city. And so I'd like to ask the city attorney, our treasurer, and economic development to work with one of our developers, AmCal, on a proposal for workforce housing to come back in September. I know that you've heard public comment on this, and me and my colleagues agree that long-term solution like housing is really how we can address homelessness in our city. And so I think this is a really great project and want to make sure that we can move on that. And so would like to add that to our city log. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem Gued.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also lend my support for the request by Councilmember Vang about this unique, innovative housing opportunity. I think she has a site location that, if very successful, could be also a boon for other districts and an opportunity to be able to build housing. So I'd like to also lend my support to staff on how to support this project going forward.
Okay. Thank you. We do have 7 people who have asked to testify on items not on the agenda. Before we get to the special meeting, I will say, I don't know, but if these are callers on the special meeting agenda, I'm going to ask you to call back when we actually take up that item. I don't know that that's the case, but it might be. So let's hear from the public.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is for items not on the agenda. And again, we'll keep the Zoom live for the next meeting. But if you want to comment on that item, it would be at the next meeting. The first speaker is phone number 4366. Mr. Davis.
Hello, yes, this is Lambert, and I wanted to really comment on some of the things that I would like to say. It only takes me 2 minutes. I never go over. I wanted to say that a lot of people are watching this tonight, and they felt like that was very insulting. City Councilman Laloli talking about an audit of the California Black Chamber of Commerce. They haven't even received the money. Let them get the money first, and then we talk audit. That's the way it works. The other thing is, I don't see the city manager's report. Yesterday, I listened to a meeting at City Hall. They were talking about the Brown Act, and they were talking about if things are on the agenda, they should be addressed. I don't even see the city manager in the chamber. Everybody should be required to stay in the chamber. The other thing I'm going to finish this. The other thing I wanted to say is congratulations to the Grant Drumline. They had a very successful, safe round trip. Thank you to Mayor Steinberg, Vice Mayor Ashby, and City Councilman Laloli, who helped make that a reality. I was so very proud of them, what they accomplished. Those are teenagers, by the way, that make up that, both male and female. And I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to say that they contacted me and told me that they linked our website. I'm a baby boomer. I don't understand this. But apparently they linked our website while they were back east. And the Davis family's phone has been ringing off the hook, courtesy. And that's what happens when you take an interest in teenagers, and not just teenagers outside Del Paso Heights. So I want to thank them because we've been getting calls from people we never heard of back east.
Thank you for your comments.
So thank you.
Our next speaker is Barry Boyd.
Thank you. Again, I'm glad somebody did look up and saw that there was a public comment time. And I would like to thank Councilmember Laloli for bringing the fact forward that nonprofits do collect that 15% administrative fee off of the profits that they do make. They profit to a zero line because, as Councilmember Valenzuela stated, that the payout is to staff. The city of Sacramento, the county of Sacramento, the state of California, and the federal government all give grants to these nonprofit developers. End of the day, they're walking home flush on the administrative fee end, i.e. salaries. So to pretend they are not flush with capital and or funding would be a misnomer. Going past that, the Granicus page, which has been atrocious through the 2 years of calling in and trying to do the Zoom, and now in its latest iteration, I'm not certain what is going on. It only showed today's meeting. It didn't have any listing of meetings that are coming up for the rest of this week. Next week, there is no archive. There's a button to take you to another page to find those meetings. My suggestion, whoever thought it was a brilliant idea to have this third-party vendor come in and run the scheduling for the city, no, it didn't work and it's not working. It's a way to say, hey, it's the third party that is screwing up and not us. Let's take control, City of Sacramento, so folks can actually get into meetings via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is a phone number 1457 is the last 4 digits. If you'll unmute.
Hello, council members. This is about a December 7th council meeting where you guys were going to give additional funding to Front Street Animal Shelter for responsibilities of a homeless task force. And my concern was, why give them more funding when they can't currently handle what they're supposed to do for us? So at that time, Vice Mayor Ashby asked staff members, Howard Chan, Tom Pace, to return Front Street and animal care services to their pre-COVID baseline services because we have concerns. Well, those concerns are still here. That was December 7th. Nothing has been done. I actually had to call 311 because someone needed assistance with an animal. And that's when I found out that they're not even taking owner surrenders, but they're going to the Sacramento SPCA. My thing is, if you have a public service and they can't do the public service, then maybe you should think about dissolving them and using those funds as grants and giving those grants to rescues and other shelters that will do the job. You can't even hire a vet. And so that's your excuse for like euthanizing animals. Well, why don't you get a contract out and contract those services out? I mean, I don't understand how we're still here 2 years later. And you guys have done nothing, absolutely nothing. And you allow Philip Zimmerman to continue on doing nothing. I mean, it's sickening. You know, I love animals. I guess you guys don't love animals as much as we do. But it's really heartbreaking for people who do love them. So please do something. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Alexander Pratt.
Hi, I'm Alexander Pratt. I'm the Vice President of Development of AmCal. And maybe it's more appropriate that I wait and speak in the special session, the 6 o'clock session, because I want to comment on the JPA structure you're discussing.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Matt Anderson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm a District 4 resident, and I just want to register my disappointment on the city's decision to reopen our street at 14th and 15th to cars. I understand and really support the parklet program. I think that's a great move, but the decision to actually open the street again to cars is pretty disappointing and actually kind of dangerous. The closed streets were really fantastic, pretty universally loved, and by all appearances worked great until the city decided to pull the plug. There are a lot of reasons the city should reclose the street, including the literal climate emergency you all declared about a year ago. But I only have a minute, 16 seconds left, so I'll leave you with something everyone can relate to. During this pandemic, people have become horrible drivers. 2021 had the most car accidents with injuries in Sacramento in over a decade. And one of the reasons staff gave for opening the street up was because drivers had run into the existing bollards put in place to stop cars. I just want you to all to take, the next 40 seconds to think about that. Cars hit the crash barriers, and the city's response was to open the street to cars. I hope you consider reclosing the street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Wang Tam.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Wing Tam. I work at Carpenter Trade for a few years, live in Sacramento area. Today I have a couple things to talk about. Apprentices program. I'm come from China. When I come to here, I cannot find a good wages job. So I joined the carpenter trade being apprentices to start my career. And I have a livable wages to start on my American dream. So preventative wages can help the local construction worker to afford it house living the locally. Local hiring is so important for the resident. So the reducing all the greenhouse gases and make the city more greener. So reduce the traffic also. So healthcare benefits, we are one of a big comment. So I plan so healthcare benefits is really important for me and my family also. So the last thing is prevailing wages. Now the day a last family is struggling because the living cost is so expensive. So we because we going back to Bay Area to find a better job and wages to support my family. Thank you. This is all my comment. Thank you for my list for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have 6 more speakers. The next is phone number 0299. If you'll unmute.
Hi, this is Claire. Can you hear me?
We can.
Finally. Wonderful. Okay. I am calling to comment on the sidewalk ordinance because the unhoused occupation of sidewalks is a downstream effect of the housing crisis, and I see this as an ordinance that will simply criminalize existing while being homeless. And this doesn't seem, to my understanding, all of the contracts all of the provisions which allowed restaurants and businesses to start operating on sidewalks during the pandemic are things that are being continued, and that occupation of the sidewalks does not seem to be bothering anyone, at least to the degree to which it's becoming an ordinance. So I think this ordinance is a bad idea. The solution is to actually solve the housing crisis instead of further criminalizing the homeless. And effectively, this is just fitting into a long-term strategy, which is making common places only available to property owning people and people who could rent. And you see this trend in all sorts of Sacramento policy, whether it be having to do with parkway infrastructure or the Howe and Fair Oaks camp that was swept and where that public property was then rented to somebody else. You can't effectively, if your solution is to just get rid of all of the common places where homelessness can exist, that's going to result in a reduction of quality of life for all Sacramentans, not just homeless folks. And so I implore you to not pass that ordinance. And just to second the previous caller on another topic, the contracts with Granicus, I think it's called, and Zoom have been really challenging to use. I'm a pretty tech savvy person. It's been really hard to be heard in this meeting. It's been hard to leave public comment. I can say pretty confidently that for the past about 2 years that these have been in use, your meetings have become less democratic. So I hope that changes.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Elaine O'Byrne.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. So, Council, thank you for your time this evening. I just wanted to reiterate and draw attention to some of the statements that have been made earlier about the mismanagement and lack of visibility, transparency that we as the public feel has been happening through the Front Street Animal Shelter. In particular, I'd like to call attention to their inability to hire folks to fill vacant positions that are crucial and critical to the care and competent care of the animals in our community. I've been sitting in on the monthly animal care services meetings where the committee members there are meant to advise council on the different topics or strategies and also relay information from the public about what we've been experiencing, those of us who've been shouldering the burden of taking care of stray animals, injured animals, dumped pets. I think the main thing to me is, there've been a number of things cited by Philip Zimmerman for why they can't hire a veterinarian, animal care technicians, a shelter operations manager. There are a number, if it's not the compensation pay scale that apparently is set at the city level, that needs to be addressed. Things like the links actually working potentially to different employment job pages where people can go to apply. And then notably as well, the kind of SAT or ACT-esque barriers to apply to these jobs in the first place. I mean, there are, things that one should not have to clear just to submit a job application. I think overall, there's a lot of mismanagement happening, and it would be great to have a little bit more just prodding from the city council to actually have these topics explored, or if somebody could sit in on one of those monthly meetings and hear us out, that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Cindy Terrazas. Cindy, if you'll unmute. Cindy Terrazas.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm a longtime Sacramento City resident and I volunteer. I reunite pets with their owners a lot. And I've spent a lot of time on the lost and found pages, and I have a lot of insight being on those pages. And I have a concern. I see animals, overwhelming a lot of animals being euthanized at Front Street. And I realize that there's some exceptions like medical issues, behavioral issues, but I believe that Front Street should be using every available avenue that they have to, like, such as social media. They're not using it. They only use social media for fundraisers or to adoption events, but they don't use it to save their animals. They do it for a few, they only send it out to a few rescues. I think all animals deserve the same treatment and love and care that those animals deserve. It only takes 15 minutes to get on social media to try and save those animals. And I know because I've done it. I advocate for those animals. I've done it. I've saved a few of their lives. So my point is, why doesn't Front Street advocate for those animals? Other rescues do it. All other shelters do it. Why can't they do it? It's just ridiculous that they don't. I'm one person, and I'm asking for them to do better for their animals. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Sarah Williams.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sarah Williams. I'm with Relinda Feral Help Group. And I'm kind of on the front lines, and I do go into the city of Sacramento trapping. I trap in Del Paso Heights. I trap and fix cats. There's a huge issue going on right now. We don't seem to get a lot of response from Front Street on why there's no changes coming. They have no vet, which is catastrophic for a shelter to not have a vet. They're losing their vet. Is it because they're not offering them enough money? I know some vet clinics right now are offering a $60,000 sign-on bonus to get vets there. We have to do something to get a vet to stay at Front Street. We need registered vet techs at Front Street. These animals need to be seen, and the public should not be vetting these animals. They should not be holding these animals like Front Street is requesting. Some of these animals need medical care. They need to be at the vet. And some of these people that you guys are asking to hold these animals should not even have a pet rock, let alone someone else's animal. There needs to be changes to Front Street, and it needs to be done ASAP before there are more animals hurt, euthanized, because they're with people that don't know what they're doing. They need to be at the shelter. The shelter needs to have a qualified vet on staff. They need to offer more money to get a vet on staff. There's so many injured cats right now. Right now, if there's an injured cat and that's for Front Street area, they'll bring it to me so they know the right decision's made. I'm a small rescue. I can't afford to keep doing that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Julie Verga, and Julie is the last speaker on this item tonight.
Hi there, and thank you, Council, for taking a moment to listen to us. I don't think it's any surprise that many of us here have been involved with a group called Fix Front Street for the last 2.5 years. And there are a lot of ongoing issues with Front Street that we've spoken to. many of the council members about, and to Howard Chan. And the problem is we just haven't seen much change at all. And now there is a serious crisis. As has been mentioned, they are down a veterinarian right now. Excuse me, not down a veterinarian. They do not have a veterinarian. I'm going to be sending you all an email tomorrow about this little dog named Wendy, who has been abused, who came in starving just a couple days ago, and they're scheduled to kill her on the 11th, which is Thursday, because the veterinarian said because of her starvation status that she needs to have special feeding requirements. And I know this because I've rescued dogs that have been starving. It's not that complicated. You just have to feed them small amounts over, interval periods of time. And yet this veterinarian who just left yesterday, evidently, and they have none now, said it's better to kill her than to have there be a problem down the road without a veterinarian in place. So I want to tell you, I've done the research. We knew that this day was coming because Director Zimmerman has made it clear that they were losing their vets left and right. I have found a veterinarian who can work for $200 an hour, which is actually nothing in this market. And she's willing to work on a contract basis, 6 hours a day, 2 to 3 days a week. And I'm saying this now because it's critical that we find a vet for Front Street. Please, I will send you an email. If somebody could contact me, I'll put you in touch with this veterinarian. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to Ms. Verga, I thank you for your comments, and I will absolutely get in touch with you. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me and our staff to try and figure out this issue with the veterinarians. We are just having a heck of a time of recruiting and hiring and onboarding our veterinarians. So if you have somebody that can help us as a stopgap measure, I'm happy to talk to you. And I have your number, so I will give you a call.
Okay, we'll get on this. We're on it. We'll get on it. We're here. Thank you for calling in, and this is the time and place to do it. Are we done? We are. Okay, we are going to adjourn this meeting. It is now 6:41. The clerk and team need about 10 minutes, and so I would say at how about 6:55. We will start the special meeting, which was supposed to start at 6, but we ran over. So there we go. We are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order for a specially noticed meeting. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Ashby.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Laloe.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Councilmember Chenier.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra is expected momentarily. Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang.
Here.
Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. We are all present in the chambers, of course, for the first time in 2.5 years. Aside from this afternoon's meeting, Councilmember Valenzuela is ill tonight, but is joining us virtually, and I know will join us in person as soon as she can. This is a special meeting. I'd like to begin, though, with the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance, as is our tradition. Vice Mayor, would you be open to doing that for us, please?
Sure, Mayor. Let me just pull this open. I think we have it up on the screen for everybody else. All right, folks would just rise for the land acknowledgement. In honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands, to the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley, and Plains Miwok, Patwin Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather together today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and their lives. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, members, good evening. I anticipate this will be a long evening, and this is the way we intend to proceed. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Chan for a presentation, the staff presentation. I am then going to make a very brief comment and save my longer comments for after public testimony, because we want to go right to the public. And then we will turn it back over to the City Council for consideration and potential action. And let me just note there are two items. One is the main item here tonight, but the second one is whatever we or you decide to do, we do have the administrative issue of designating the people responsible for the pro and con arguments, and so there would be a second item, no matter what. So here we go. Let me turn it over to the city manager for opening remark here, please. Opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, Howard Chan, your city manager. First off, I want to welcome us all back to this chamber. It's been, as the mayor mentioned, a little over 2 years, but especially to our newer members, Councilmember Laloy, Councilmember Vang, and Councilmember Valenzuela, there she is, up on the screen, in spirit. I appreciate your patience and indulgence in allowing for this special meeting to be held. And it's related to the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022. I'm going to go through just a very brief history on what brings us here tonight, and then turn it back over to the mayor for the rest of this meeting. So as you all recall, early in February, there was an initiative that was filed, the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022. And when that act first came out, that initiative was filed, I had an opportunity to read it and review what it says and what the obligations under the city would be should it pass. And I was very concerned about how it would impact us and our ability to meet the requirements. In particular, I won't go through all the details, but in particular, it called for the city to provide emergency shelter spaces equal to 75% of the latest point in time count. And at the time, we were anticipating it to be about 10,000, so that's like 7,500 emergency shelter spaces. And there was no limit in terms of how many dollars we spend, financial resources we spend in order to meet that goal. And literally, it would have been devastating to us financially and, inhibit our ability to really do anything else but. So at that point, I met with the proponents of the initiative, and I laid out my concerns and why, and we had a robust discussion in the ensuing months about how we could massage and adjust the initiative such that it could be doable. And so we were able to accomplish that. And this council, you all voted to put this on the November ballot on April 6th. What it did was it pared back that number from 75% to 60% of the point in time count at the time. One of the amendments you'll note tonight looks at amending that just a little bit so that it's 60% of the latest point in time count within the city of Sacramento as opposed to countywide. So that's something that you'll see here tonight. Then, as we're moving forward, part of that adoption, there was a robust discussion by this council about making sure that we had our partners on board here, because we've been going at it for several years now. We've been able to piece together funding, thanks to Mayor Steinberg and others, for bringing state resources here to stand up what amounts to now is over 1,100 shelter beds. But it's just not sustainable, and that was one of the discussions I had with the proponents, of that we have to find a better way. We have to be able to bring our partners in, because we are not a social services agency. We don't have that expertise on staff here. You all have heard me say we're not a health and human services agency. We don't have a Department of Human Assistance, Department of Health and Human Services, a public health officer. We don't have, in fact, we don't have any medical doctors on staff, unless you count the veterinarians. And so as we're going through and talking about putting this on the November ballot, it was with the understanding that we would have our partners join us from the county. And we had some assurances that were made, maybe not from this dais, but from the Zoom dais, from the proponents. And so we relied on that, and so we're moving forward. More recently, in mid-July, July 13th, the mayor actually gave me a call and alerted me of the fact that the county was going to be moving forward with some ordinances that will be considered, I think, later this week or next week, that would provide for enforcement, ordinances that would provide for enforcement of encampments in two different flavors. One is on the parkway itself, and another related to critical infrastructure, which is fine because it mirrors, I wouldn't say mirrors, it resembles our critical infrastructure ordinance. The key distinction, though, is that it did not include, emergency shelter spaces or services that we provide with our shelters. And so it was very alarming. And so I began to have conversations with the mayor about this is, if we're going to move forward and not have a partnership with the county who provides many of these services, we're doomed to fail. And so I think that what we need to be doing is moving forward in a fashion of partnership. And one of the ways, we got a little bit of echo here. One of the ways that we could do that is to amend the initiative that you all approved on April 6th to include, a partnership agreement, MOU, as it states in the staff report, such that we can agree and have a binding partnership agreement with the county that will compel the county to support our current 1,100 shelter beds or emergency shelter spaces, and anything beyond that as well. So, we simultaneously, I know there's a lot of information here. We had a lot of conversations and moving parts, but simultaneously, we were not seeing any movement on the county adopting a similar measure that you all adopted. And so the mayor says, look, we need to have partnerships here. And so maybe we make allowances for an ordinance as opposed to a strict ballot measure, because it's a higher threshold. There are more things to consider. And with an ordinance, yes, there's some danger that a future county board could unwind that, but we had ways to deal with that. And as it got closer to this date, we made another concession to say, let's even bring that back to an MOU or a partnership agreement, which gives the most flexibility for us to be able to coordinate with our partners. And that's what you have here today. And this amendment to the April 6th amendment amends the ballot initiative. It's in your report too, but I'll just capture the highlights. Amends the minimum threshold of 60% of the latest point in time count, again, to within the city of Sacramento, not the county, and makes implementation, this is key, makes implementation of our ballot initiative contingent upon the perfection of an MOU with the county of Sacramento that for them to provide those specific mental health services, substance abuse services, and clinical outreach and case management within all of our emergency shelter spaces, to include encampments, safe parking lots, or navigation centers. And so, that's what brings us here today. And there's one thing I'll cover just very briefly. Madam Clerk, can we run the overhead here? Just to put a finer point on the fact that we're not going to be able to do this alone. I mentioned we have over 1,100 shelter beds here. We're spending on average, between, well, not on average, between $33 and $40 million a year to maintain these beds. And for us to move forward with the current initiative and not have additional support from the county, the state, and even the federal government, it is a recipe for failure. And if, as she zooms in on this, I will just draw your attention to the fact, let's see. This line here, we got to bring it into focus a little bit more. Should I move my hand? Yeah, I just want to make sure it's sharp enough so the public can see it. There we go. So I just bring your attention to this line here. This is the homeless services we call the funding gap. And this relates to the 1,100 plus, emergency shelter spaces. We're using the same terminology. You'll see that in this current fiscal year that ends, at June 30, 2023, we have a deficit of about $13 million. As early as July 1 of 2023, that number jumps to $40 million that we don't have funding set aside for, or any ideas on how we're going to fill that gap. Obviously, we could take a look at other programs and services that we can pare back, but even those options are very limited. I'm just very concerned that unless we have more of our partners, and I bring the state in too, and the mayor's been very successful in bringing forward some dollars with the big city mayors to help with this cause. I think it's HAP 3 and 4 that's coming that will make somewhat of a dent in there. But the other two things in here highlighted in yellow is that this council, adopted a resolution to move, or an ordinance to move forward a measure to be considered in November for a youth initiative that, for all intents and purposes, will carve out another $10 million in our funding sources that we're going to have to solve for. The other line here that I'm pointing to, the CalPERS. So following the adoption of the April 6 amendment, alternate amendment, we got news from the CalPERS folks that their earnings didn't hit the mark to the tune of a negative 6.1% return. And that's very significant for us and for all cities in California, because that means that they've said, look, we didn't hit our mark, so we're going to be asking all the local agencies to contribute at a greater clip. What they've done is allowed us to phase that in just so that it wasn't all in 1 year, because it would just literally devastate some of the smaller cities. So what you see here is our 5-year forecast that you adopted, and in the 5th year, our obligation going forward is an additional $22 million. So this number here, when you all told, we're looking at fiscal year 26-27, a deficit of $64 million that we don't have a solution for at this point. Now, the ballot initiative for the youth measure may or may not pass. If you strip that away, we're still looking at $53 million. I just wanted to bring this forward just so that you understand the context of why I had such great concern about this measure coming forward, and the fact that when this first came to us back in, I think it was February 9th, negotiating this alternate initiative was quite literally under duress. And it was a way for me and our team to negotiate something that will provide a backstop to the financial liability that the original measure would have called us to spend out. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor, and I think I'll turn it back over to you for any questions on this. I can come back to my seat and we can listen to the public comment, and then we can take it from there.
So I'm just going to make a brief comment, and I'm tempted. You did a great job. I think you laid it out. I agree with everything that you said. I'd like to fill in some of the flavor because it is important. But I think I want to wait until after we hear from the public, because all of our comments should be responsive to what we hear from the public, and that's the way we will do this. So unless members have a question now for the city manager, he will be available for questions after the public testimony.
Be here all week.
And further comment. So thank you very much, sir. I agree with everything that you said. All right, so we have 31 people signed up to speak. Let us begin.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker is a phone number 4366, Mr. Davis.
Yes, I would like to say that I was impressed with City Councilman Howard Chan's presentation. I'll have to study the numbers because I'm a believer that graphs and surveys can be skewered to fit the agenda of whatever the agenda is, and most of the time it's hidden. But it was good to see him come in front of the public, and I hope that becomes a pattern, because the public needs to see anyone on that city rostrum. They're supposed to be there. You only have to be there one day a week, but kudos to him coming out into the public. It's good to see that, and a pattern won't be established until you keep doing it. So I always give credit where credit is due, and so I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Cynthia Lawrence. Cynthia Lawrence, if you'll unmute. I'll go to the next speaker, Daniel Savala.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Cynthia Lawrence.
Yeah, this is actually Howard Lawrence. I'm using my wife's Zoom identity. So I'm a member of Sacramento ACT, Area Congregations Together. I have to tell you that we have studied the proposed ordinance that was adopted in April, and really think that is a bad public policy and should not be put before the voters as originally drafted. Our analysis is that measure would create a great deal of litigation and unnecessary expenditures that don't go towards solving the problem, the crisis that we face with homelessness. This amendment is laudable, that this is something ACT has advocated for years, for the city and county to sit down together and make a plan. But we're not certain that what you're proposing gets us there. To have us vote on something that's to be held in limbo while some negotiations may or may not take place simply doesn't make sense. So we would recommend that you vote to remove the measure from the ballot, and let's sit down together as a community with the county and put together a plan that would get us to the place that the city manager is indicating we need to be, a memorandum of understanding between the city and county on how to address the crisis of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Daniel Savala.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having this special meeting tonight. Calling on behalf of the Property and Business Improvement District, El Paso Boulevard Partnership here in Council District 2. I've always been proud of the city of Sacramento as being leaders, and I remember countless times at the dais hearing other members speak that we don't wait for others. We don't spend time waiting to see what the state or what the county is going to do. We lead. We have some of the smartest, well-intended city staff people. We have a mayor who's been gung-ho to pull us out of this situation since the day he took office. And we're in a position now to really move a solution forward. But unfortunately, it's come too slow. There's been lots of inaction. Moving forward with the ballot initiative puts the decision in the hands of the voters. And I'd like you to continue to move forward with your leadership, get the right language on this initiative, make sure that we continue to put pressure on the county to follow us in what we do. So let's stay with the spirit of us being in control of our destiny and keep charging forward as we set path a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Corey Copeland.
Hi. Yeah, it's great to see everybody back in person. I didn't realize you all are having meetings in person again, but hopefully I can make it to one soon. Special shout out to Sean for the commute in from Granite Bay. I bet that was long. I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm calling to ask you all to withdraw the ESEA. I don't think that anyone thinks this is a good policy or process. This is a way for a small interest group to enforce its desires with a misleading measure. We know the measure as originally drafted would ruin the budget, according to the city manager. The new one doesn't look that much better. And so while the measure comes from real frustration, I don't think this is the right way to go about it. We need county resources. We need to focus on permanent solutions and humane solutions. We don't need to bankrupt the city so that businesses can call cops to shuffle homeless people around. The proponents of this crafted an intentionally terrible measure. At least I assume it was intentional. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I guess they could just be stupid, but I doubt that. They were definitely smart enough to come up with something that sounds good when described in a one-sentence pollster call, making it a legitimate threat to the city. Then they use this threat to gain access to policy making as though they were elected. I literally watched you all talk to this unelected Daniel Conway nincompoop at a council meeting like he's the city's final decision maker. To your constituents who pay attention, this looked like blackmail. In fact, some of us pondered if the door wasn't open for bad faith measures being crafted to blackmail the city council into whatever special interest groups want. So I don't think you owe the proponents of this anything. I think you should remove the ESEA from the ballot, and let's take the time to make a real effort that involves the community, reflects the needs of unhoused people and not just the interests of business who want incarceration by any other name. This should be easy. Withdraw the measure and let's work as an entire community for something that reflects our values. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jamison Parker.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jamison Parker with the Midtown Association. Just want to start by thanking everyone for keeping this topic as a priority for our city and for keeping this top of mind for our region as well as we consider this amendment. Homelessness is without a doubt the #1 issue we hear from our stakeholders on every day. Since the original discussion of this item during the mayor's original proposal and then again in April with the coalition ballot initiative, we have expressed that we need to take every step possible to provide shelter and services for individuals experiencing homelessness. We continue to believe that the ballot initiative is a strong start to providing much needed shelter beds within the city. The 2022 point in time count only reaffirmed that perspective as we saw our region grow 67% increase of individuals experiencing homelessness. Even more alarming is the statistic that almost 3/4 of the 9,000 individuals are living on the streets unsheltered. Point in time count also showed that 25% of unsheltered individuals were chronically homeless because of substance abuse, and another 51% said mental health was the primary reason for their chronic homelessness. These figures highlight the need to continue to develop and further fund county services for mental health and substance abuse. We also said during the discussion in April that there is a need to develop a coordinated and comprehensive approach to addressing homelessness in our city and region, and it is more important today than it is ever. It is time that we bring accountability to the agencies that have the core functions and responsibilities of serving those most vulnerable population. That includes requiring the county to provide mental health, substance abuse, and clinical support and outreach to our homeless population, including within our city. Midtown has stayed committed to identifying potential shelter sites, researching and being prepared to stand up non-traditional housing models and building solutions. And as we move forward, we ask that the city remain focused on providing the core services they are charged to do, and that the county be charged with meeting the challenges of their health and human services. We look forward to working with the city as this initiative moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Joe Smith.
Hi there, Mayor and Council. This is Joe Smith, the Advocacy Director at Sacramento Loaves and Fishes. Loaves and Fishes continues to oppose this ballot measure. It's costly forced measure on the city by a special interest group. It does nothing to provide housing or services to our unhoused citizens. And these are people. These are poor people who cannot afford homes. They deserve dignity and opportunities to recreate their lives, and rounding them up and putting them somewhere does nothing to help them or our community heal, our community as a whole heal and move forward. It does nothing to end homelessness. Money and resources are precious. We all know that. Please spend them in a way that helps our community and not just one special interest group. And as everyone is reminding you, they basically held you all hostage to get this thing to this point. Really concerned moving forward how other special interest groups are going to feel about this exercise and how they're going to act in the future. Invest in solutions to end homelessness, treat illnesses, and prevent people from falling into homelessness in the first place. According to the Sacramento Steps Forward public dashboard, 2,427 people entered the homeless response system in the first 90 days alone of this year. So don't get out your calculators. That is 27 people a day. 27 people a day in Sacramento are falling into homelessness. And we're arguing about a measure that's not even going to effectively end or prevent anyone from becoming homeless in the first place. So I hope you all can work it out with the county. I hope we can move forward in a way that's humane, that respects people's dignity and offers them a hand up so they can get back to living their lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Alan Ash.
Yes, hello. I'm Alan Ash, co-chair of the Sacramento area chapter of the ACLU, following up on a letter from the ACLU of Northern California strongly opposing the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 and asking that you vote to remove it from the November ballot. This measure will not help address our homelessness crisis and will harm efforts to get real results as soon as possible. We all agree that houselessness is a public health, racial justice, and humanitarian crisis. Shelters are full, there is a serious lack of affordable housing, and there are insufficient or non-existent services for folks with substance abuse or mental health issues. Black residents are 3 to 4 times more likely to become houseless in Sacramento than white residents. The impacts of this crisis are real and require immediate action. This measure will not help this crisis. With no new sources of funding, broad exceptions to where new services can be located, no focus on permanent housing, and absolutely no mental health or substance abuse treatment, this is an ill-conceived solution that will only detract from the real solutions we desperately need. Instead, the measure will lead to continuous and destabilizing sweeps that will criminalize unhoused people and push them farther away from finding permanent housing. Rather than direct the city's resources towards what will end this crisis, permanent affordable housing, this measure prioritizes sweeps that will simply drive unhoused people from one neighborhood to the next in a permanent diaspora. At a time when there is an unprecedented housing crisis that disproportionately impacts Black people and other people of color, many of whom have already been entangled in failed legal and other systems, this proposal, if enacted, would have disastrous consequences. What we need is
Thank you for your
investment in
comments. Your
full.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, Sacramento City Council must reject this measure because it will.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jenna Abbott.
Thank you very much. Mayor and esteemed council members and City Manager Chan. My name is Jenna Abbott, and I'm a Senior Vice President with the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. Most of you will recall that I was also the Executive Director of the River District prior and the Executive Director of the Macro Partnership. I remind you of these things because I've worked with all of you and all of those capabilities over the years to solve the very thorny problem that is homelessness. I could again speak to you in my current capacity with the Chamber, but I'm confident that you are fully aware of the Metro Chamber's position on this item. Instead, I'd like to speak to you as myself, as Jenna Abbott, Midtown resident, lover of the city of Sacramento, strong supporter of the democratic process, and your colleague and friend. In 2016, my husband and I moved from the county of Sacramento into the central city because we believed the county was on a solid trajectory, and we wanted to be part of helping realize its potential. We both work downtown and enjoy the walkability of our neighborhood and its easy access to get into our jobs without using a car. Sadly, in recent years, our city has suffered a series of setbacks and our homeless population has burgeoned exponentially. The most important message for you to hear tonight is that people living outdoors in abysmal conditions are suffering. Many are drug addicted and violent, and others suffer from mental illness. We walk among these people every day, and we are witness to their drug use and their mania. I feel strongly that we as a city have an obligation to create shelter and services that will help them. The measure you are considering tonight will start that process and create accountability for you and for those that need to be brought inside off the street. Is it easy? No. If it were easy, you would have solved it already. It's hard, but it's also necessary. These people are suffering, and our small businesses are also suffering. Tonight, you have a unique opportunity to take a bold step towards creating shelter and services for those experiencing homelessness. The measure in question will be hard work and require strong leadership and collaboration. And since I know most of you personally, I know you are up for this challenge. I urge you to move this measure forward as it was accepted by you on April 6th and put it on to the people of Sacramento for a vote. Watering down the action or taking the decision from your constituents.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, pulling the measure from the ballot completely is a miscarriage.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michelle Parasette. Michelle Parasette.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Michelle Parasette speaking as the chair of Organized Sacramento. It's nice to see you back in council chambers. I hope Councilmember Valenzuela gets better quickly. I'm really looking forward to seeing her on the dais. My comments are brief. Organized Sacramento is strongly opposed to council keeping this harmful measure on the ballot. It doesn't create services, shelter beds, or what we desperately need most, permanent supportive housing. What it does do is further criminalize the way people experiencing homelessness survive. It's callous and cold-blooded. Organized Sacramento has joined with our community partners to bring litigation should council vote to move this measure forward tonight. We don't relish having to do it. We believe this measure is in violation of the law, and it's a shame we'll have to spend city resources on it in court, resources that should be funding housing. Should we fail in court, we and our community partners are ready and willing to fight this measure at the ballot box, where we'll all spend even more money and time that could have gone to use for better things. Anyone listening tonight who wants to join us in defeating this cruel and ineffective measure should reach out to Organize Sacramento. In closing, I ask council to reflect on your values and why you wanted to serve in public office in the first place. I don't know most of you well, but I'm sure you didn't take this job because you wanted to separate the most vulnerable among us from the people and property they survive with, force them into camps, and make their lives even more difficult. Please make the righteous choice. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kathy Cresswell.
Hello. Thank you, and nice to see the mayor and council members again. On behalf of the Sacramento Housing Alliance Board, we urge the council to rescind the measure and work to continue its already good efforts to develop immediate and long-term solutions to the crisis of homelessness. While the ultimate solution is providing more affordable housing, especially permanent supportive housing, we recognize more immediate action is needed to protect and serve those living on the streets. That's why we supported the city's efforts to increase the number of shelters available in council districts across the city and its commitment to housing first policies. We have also really supported and appreciated the mayor's leadership in developing more resources for the development of affordable housing. Sadly, though, this cruel ordinance developed by business interests without council or community input is designed to criminalize homelessness with an inadequate commitment to building shelters and no commitment to building desperately needed permanent supportive housing. This business interest proposal only requires shelter spaces for a small percentage of the need, only equaling 20% of the 60% amount of point-in-time members. This is clearly a smoke and mirror effort to force people out of encampments, regardless of whether they have a safe place to go. The proposed ordinance is also inconsistent with the city's housing element programs and policies, the city's pro-housing designation, the required duty to affirmatively further fair housing, and the American with Disabilities Acts. Sacramento is facing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis that deserves real solutions to get people off the street and provide needed permanent supportive housing. This ordinance does neither and will divert critically needed staff and financial resources. While we appreciate the effort to get the county, to force the county to provide the services that are necessary, it's not enough. The city should rescind this ordinance and continue its great efforts to promote the development.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, please rescind this ordinance.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland.
Hi, my name is Robert Copeland. This is one of the worst ballot measures I've seen in a long time. It's not going to prevent homelessness. It's not going to put more people in housing. And the city manager says, we're going to run a deficit. What services will be cut to fund this if it passes in November? Also, Seattle tried some similar to this called Compassion Seattle. It got overturned in the courts. So I think this will be overturned in our courts if it goes that far. We need to get rid of this ballot measure and work on a ballot measure that will actually help the homeless population in Sacramento. And why wasn't the homeless and housing advocates consulted by Mr. Conway and his allies? I don't understand this. Are they trying to run Sacramento? I know these DSA Sacramento, Sacramento Tenants Union, Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, and other organizations that are all against this ballot measure. Get rid of it and come up with real solutions that help the homeless population in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Shonda Perman.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Shanda Perman. I work for a small business in Sacramento, Dr. Greenhouse. We are located on Alhambra Avenue, sandwiched between J and H. And while I understand that the city of Sacramento is not a health and human services agency, neither is the small business that I work for. As a matter of fact, we are part of the business interest that opponents to this measure have commented on. Our small business is losing revenue, employees, and we are not safe in our location without police support. This measure is not a permanent solution to the problem of affordable housing for the homeless population, but what it is going to do is to help. This is perhaps 1,000 more beds that that will take 1,000 people that are living their lives in our parking lots, our lobby, and on the streets, temporary shelter at the very least. But we ask that you not hold this measure hostage for funding from the county. This is intended as an emergency effort, and that's what we need. If this measure is pulled from the ballot or amended to be held hostage from funding it for the county, small businesses like ours will have no choice but to leave the city of Sacramento. We do pay our taxes, we do take that revenue with us, but we have no support. The city manager mentioned that this measure is doomed to fail without the county partnership, but so is my small business. We ask you again, please, not to hold this measure hostage for funding from the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Rachel Brown.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for making this item a special meeting tonight, given its importance to our region. My name is Rachel Brown. I am the Executive Director for the Power and Alliance. The Power and Alliance is a PBID within the city of Sacramento and includes a large concentration of manufacturing and industrial businesses. We recognize that homelessness is a complex issue that needs multiple solutions to solve this humanitarian crisis in our region. This particular tool that is being proposed tonight is not the only solution, nor is it permanent. So this should just be the starting point of a long list of comprehensive programs that bring permanent solutions. We need meaningful collaboration to occur between the city and the county to lead the Sacramento region through this issue and present multiple solutions across both agencies to combat this crisis. I strongly urge you to keep the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 on the ballot as passed in April. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ken Thurton.
Hi there. My name is Ken Turton. I own Turton Commercial Real Estate in Midtown. Our firm represents over 200 businesses and property owners in downtown and midtown Sacramento. While our business and clients are heavily impacted by homelessness, we are also a compassionate firm that empathizes with the victims and the economic circumstance, as well as the mental and behavioral addictions that lead to homelessness. We are commensurately vested in helping identify solutions. Certainly, no business would like to see a solution more than ours. We applaud the efforts of Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce, Region Builders, and Dan Conway in leading an effort to force local government to focus resources in solving this growing problem. We absolutely support our fellow business peers that a government solution is necessary and owed to the community for the health of the economic infrastructure and health of the living conditions of the homeless. But we're also pragmatic, and we support the city's revised ballot measure as presented by Mayor Steinberg and City Manager Chan to require the county to agree to a documented agreement of collaboration as a contingency to executing the requirements of the measure. The city is simply not designed to facilitate the annual construction, much less the management, administration, or infrastructure for housing the homeless. There is no question this is the responsibility of the county. The county's budget for health and human services is $2.3 billion, almost twice the city's entire budget. The county has mental health, drug addiction, housing placement, welfare, AFDC, family and child care services, and infrastructure. The city doesn't even have a health and human services department. There is no feasible or enforceable ballot measure without the county. And more so, the county should be leading the charge with support from the city and private sector, not the other way around. The revised ballot measure does not ensure success, far from it. If the county continues to be unwilling to work with the city and they continue to abdicate their leadership responsibility in finding sheltering solutions, then there will be no solution. But at least this revised measure provides a mechanism for the city to increase their leverage and to hold the county
Thank you for your
accountable
comments.
for
Your
that
time is
responsibility.
complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
We support the ballot measure.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jerome Jerice.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I serve as the General Manager for the Sheraton Grand on J Street. And homelessness is the number one issue and the number one crisis facing our city and our region. It really goes to the economic vitality of our city. You have invested heavily in downtown and midtown, and yet you put it all at stake. Now we learn that you are threatening to water down the measure or pull it from the ballot, alleviating yourself and the city from any real responsibility to address homelessness. This is unacceptable behavior and shows a disconnect between your priorities and the priorities of the people who elected you. We need our city and county leaders to do what they were elected to do and lead. Unfortunately, the county has yet to act to pass on a very comprehensive policy that includes enforcement and services. While our city agreed to place the ballot initiative on the November ballot, but it would allow for enforcement of anti-camping laws once shelter has been offered. They are now considering putting that measure from the ballot and maintaining the status quo. More specifically, they are threatening to put it on the measure or put language that allows the city to do nothing unless the city passes a similar measure. We have rights as business owners, and indeed, the homeless and the unhoused have equal rights, but it needs to go to all of us. This is a mental and a drug problem in addition to a homeless situation. You need to address this. I've often shared my feelings in New York City when we built a shelter next to the hotel that we ran, a 700-room hotel with a 100-bedroom shelter unit, and the occupancy there was less than 10%. You need to take action on this. If not, the economic vitality of our tourism business is at stake. Thank you for listening, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Andrew Russell.
Hi, thank you, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Andrew Russell. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the California Alliance for Jobs. The impacts of this humanitarian crisis flow into every aspect of our community, as it's been mentioned by many speakers before me tonight. However, our infrastructure was not designed to handle the number or scope of people living permanently outside. I ask that you do not remove this ballot measure do not remove it from the ballot and keep perfecting it so the citizens can vote on it in this coming election. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Margot Ronaldo.
Hello. Hi, my name is Margot Ronaldo, and I am the co-chair of the Sacramento Democratic Socialists of America, but today I'm calling as a resident of District 4, and I'm asking the City Council to vote to remove the ESEA from the November ballot. I mean, I feel like I've called in so many times trying to discuss the same thing, but I mean, I guess this measure just really does nothing to solve homelessness. It does nothing to provide long-term solutions to people experiencing mental illness and mental health crises, and it's a bad policy. Another part of it is that the manner and quickness of which the ESEA was initially passed to be on the ballot, it only really demonstrates the disproportionate power business interests hold over this council. Some of these interests include the Anton Development Company, which donated $25,000 to this initiative, the Demon Partners and affiliated entities in Redwood City that donated $25,000, Sacramento Basketball Holdings, Matina Kalakatranis, donated $25,000. And as a resident of Sacramento and a recent graduate of Sac State, I cannot imagine spending $25,000 to play politics. I don't know anyone under the age of 30 who would be able to. This initiative demonstrates nothing more than the stark contrast in power that moneyed interests operate within the city. For the people I consider my community, and particularly young people in Sacramento, these business interests do not speak for us. I urge the council to vote to rescind the ESEA from the November ballot. Criminalizing people dealing with mental illness and privatizing public spaces dampens all of our lives, and I urge you to imagine healthier futures for the youth who will have to inherit the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Rick Eaton.
Good evening. Thank you. This is Rick Eaton speaking on behalf of Sacramento Area Congregations Together, which continues to oppose this proposed ballot measure and strongly urges the council to reverse the April 19th decision for the following reasons. This act does nothing to reduce homelessness. It creates no new shelter and creates no new permanent or affordable housing. This act identifies homeless individuals as the problem rather than recognizing that the problem is in fact poverty and the lack of affordable housing. The measure's proponents are not being honest. It does nothing to compel any level of services and defines shelter as basically a few square feet of space on a blacktop parking lot. Any attempts by the city to enforce this act without creating real shelter and services is going to run afoul of the Boise decision, and as you've heard tonight, is an invitation to lawsuits. The measure is also self-contradictory. It directs the city manager to take actions that will cost much in excess of the spending cap that the measure includes. You adopted this in April with great reluctance, I think, because this entire process is the epitome of bad governance. My message to you tonight is it's never too late to admit a mistake and reverse course. You should abandon this effort and get back to the good business of developing real solutions. The city made a good start this winter with the comprehensive siting plan. Sadly, this effort appears to have completely dropped off the radar screens. So let's get back to working on real solutions. Your unsheltered neighbors are also your constituents. Let's end these futile enforcement efforts and build shelter and build housing, because when everyone has a home, the entire community benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Nadia Saba.
Hello, my name is Nadia Saba. I'm the president of Dr. Greenhouse. We are a small business in District 4. I'm also a resident of District 4. My business has been broken into, our office has been broken into twice in the last 2 months. We frequently find people smoking crack in our parking lot and lobby. While I'm on the phone with clients and they're asking me who's screaming profanities in the background. It's embarrassing, and quite frankly, it's scary. We have employees. A lot of my employees are women who stay late at the office because there are people that seem to be dangerous outside of our office doors, and we're waiting for them to leave. And sometimes that's 10 or 11 o'clock on a Friday night. You know, our lease is up in a few months, and we are seriously considering leaving the city and finding somewhere else to have our offices, to have our office. You know, before I started my business here in Sacramento, I worked as a mechanical engineer designing affordable housing projects. I was kind of offended by the comment that the fees that paid for services to design and build those affordable housing is a profit. Well, somebody's got to do that work, and I'm all for that work and the long-term solutions to help homeless people, unhoused people, the mentally ill. But we need something now. We need this emergency act now, because if we don't do something now, businesses are going to leave Sacramento, and the funding gap is just going to increase, and the problem is just going to exacerbate itself. So I am in support for the ESEA of 2022.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Andrea Cow.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andrea Cow, and I'm the Public Policy Manager for the SAC Asian Chamber. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Imagine coming to work every morning and stepping over folks sleeping in your doorway. Imagine before you unlock your front door, you have to pick up needles and condoms and sometimes human feces. Imagine working late at night and leaving your office and being accosted. Now imagine that this happens on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. That is what our chamber employees experience at our location off Alhambra Boulevard. That is one of the reasons why the chamber decided not to renew our lease. Those are our employees who used to frequent the retail and dining establishments in Oak Park that no longer have our business. Now imagine that the scenario plays itself over and over again for many of our small businesses that are just trying to survive post-pandemic. This is not a debate about the poor versus the rich. This is not a debate about the depth of our compassion. There are no easy solutions. We know the county's responsibility. We know the city's responsibility. We know our collective responsibility. We know there needs to be a state and federal solution. In April, you voted 7-2 in support. Keep your word. Please honor your commitment. Your leadership makes all the difference. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Boyd.
Hello, I would like to oppose this measure. It's clearly designed very poorly. You can see by the budget considerations. You can literally look at the numbers and show this was an absolute, crapshoot. It was just you can tell, look at the numbers. I mean, it's obvious. There's no plan put this in place. And it's been used to remove people's rights, to upend people's rights to their property, and they're able to be existence. If you don't have property and money, you are deemed unpersoned and you get to be moved and placed somewhere else. And so that's why this is so important to understand that in democracy, our rights decay in states of emergency. So people say, we need to have action now. We need to do things now. That is exactly the time when we need to be strongest in protecting people's rights, especially the most vulnerable. And if you think for a second that your exception, because you think that your business will lose profits over human lives, people will die off of these measures because people will be moved around and shuffled around, and it causes literal harm to people. And so I want to make it clear that the measure is designed poorly. It is implemented to enforce violence, literal structural violence. This is the definition of structural violence. Violence, what we determine violence is, you have to think about that. If a state says it, the city says it, then it's okay. Yeah, sure. But these are people's lives who will be affected. It doesn't matter if it's a person, who assaults them on the street or if it's a police officer. These are actual harm being done to people. And you need to think about the consequences done to actual people's lives. And for that reason, I have to say that this measure is completely violent and disgusting to implement. And you need to think about how this will affect long term. When these people are shuffled around constantly, they're not going to stabilize themselves as easily, and they're going to continue to become homeless, and it's just going to exacerbate our problem. So that's why I want you to think about the human lives at stake here. This is not a joking matter, and we need to protect the rights of our fellow neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Michael Alt.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Michael Alt with the Downtown Partnership. I'm calling on behalf of the members that make up the Downtown Partnership Board in your constituency. These members live in Sacramento. We're raising our families here, our employers in our community, and have spent time, resources, and energy investing in this city that they call home. They've become increasingly disenchanted with the capital region's response to the increased homeless crisis that has now numerically, as we all know, outpaced San Francisco. With a reported 67% increase in the point-in-time count, 75% of which reside within the city limits. Urgency cannot be understated, and a new approach that engages the voters of Sacramento must be an option. Last year, 137 people died on the streets of Sacramento. 137 lives were lost, which is why the city cannot waver on implementing effective tools that can bring forward additional shelter capacity. We stand ready to support the requested increased partnership with the county in these efforts, with the increased commitment to providing services desperately needed for our neighbors that are on the streets of downtown that have been failed by the system currently in place. But as other cities in the region bring forward means to address homelessness, the city of Sacramento too must take the first step, or we will inevitably continue to be the focal point. It's unsustainable for our neighbors, our housed and unhoused individuals, businesses both small and large, employees and visitors. Tonight's decision has a long-term implications for the future of this city. On behalf of our members, we urge you to move forward with the original measure as it is and give the voters an opportunity to exercise their right by weighing in on the ballot measure. You have a partner with us, and we will continue to work with both of you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Dom. Dom, if you'll unmute. I'll move to the next speaker, Mac. Mac, if you'll unmute.
Yep, can you hear me?
We can.
Very cool. Hi, y'all. My name is Mackenzie Wilson. They, them. I'm a community organizer. Some of y'all know me. I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union and Incarcerate Sacramento. I want to begin my statement by saying homelessness will not be solved by capitalism because it has been created by capitalism. And imagine being the person laying on the ground being stepped over or raped or accosted and then even criminalized. And I'm sitting with an unhoused person right now and I bring you his words. They hate our guts. These efforts are being led by fear mongering and a lack of analysis or understanding of the root cause of homelessness. I'm horrified by the efforts brought forth today. How dare the language of housing as a human right be bastardized by any form of obligation to accept and language that insinuates criminalization or force. The city is already failing at its shelter efforts simply. And had you all been sitting at this dais, all of you sitting here today, had been listening to advocates and experts for the last several years, instead of calling us activists, you may have heard the real solutions long ago. There has been no meaningful investment in housing services or access to programs. This council is directly responsible for the fact that we have unhoused families and children. I remember all of your efforts to push anti-unhoused policy and how you all kept rent control off the ballot. You removed the affordable housing clauses and its requirement to be built in this town. You put 40% of our money into law enforcement and the criminalization of poverty, survival crime, mental health, and substance use and homelessness. And now you dare sit here and say that your hands are tied. This further criminalization of unhoused people is about to be a legacy / plague that you have left on this city. And as you continue to pander to businesses rather than community members, I again want to make sure to point out the intentions you have for this city. You have a track record of creating sicker, poorer, more criminalized community. And this is just one more notch you can add to the flashy, I only care about money belt you've been touting for years. I've been telling the city to do better for years. So
Thank you
again,
for your
I say do
comments. Your
better.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, it looks like we're sending the fucking measure.
Thank you for your comments. Dom, if you'll unmute, DOM. John Vanochi.
Yes, hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yeah, my name is John Vignoki. I'm a D4 resident. Just want to say our home has been broken into, our business has been broken into in the last year. Every week we have unhoused men and women in our alley having a mental breakdown or drug mental health issue. So really homelessness is the most important crisis we face. And so it makes sense to take on a larger share of our budget. I think it's inhumane allowing people to live and suffer and die on the streets, and people are dying now. You know, it's not safe for anyone. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for the general public. It creates public health and safety issues. It scares off investment, and it makes our city a less desirable place to live and work. You know, we elect you to solve problems, and the problem is there's a lot of people on the streets, 10,000, and they shouldn't be. This initiative takes people off the streets and puts them into shelters. And I understand we need to make budget to solve this problem, and we'll likely need to add more initiatives to fill in the gaps, but getting people off the streets and into shelters is the first step. The city of Sacramento's core competency has to be good governance and efficiently solving problems that other cities will not. We're the capital of the largest state and the largest country in the world. You know, we don't have beautiful hills or an ocean to fall back on like LA, San Diego, or San Francisco. So the way we differentiate our city, the way we lift up our current residents and attract more residents needs to be solving problems that other cities won't. A lot of the people speaking tonight who want to remove the initiative have fairy tale solutions like permanent supportive housing, which by my rough calculations cost billions of dollars. Others are fear mongering about what this initiative will do. I strongly encourage you to keep the ESCA of 2022 on the ballot as passed in April. If you step up now, the county will step up, the state will step up, the feds will step up. We need to put the pressure on now. Now is not the time to back down, but band together to start pushing the county to the table to solve this problem together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Devin Strecker.
District. Homelessness is the #1 crisis facing our city and our region. There's a lot of misinformation regarding this measure, but I want to say that it's not humane to allow people to die on our sidewalks and in our public spaces. We need shelter, we need services, and we need our city to lead. I am saddened when I look around and see people living in squalor in our state's capital. And I'm angry when I hear stories of businesses closing, employees scared to come to work, and investment going elsewhere due to the catastrophe occurring in our city. It's easy to demonize the business community, but how would any of us survive without the jobs, services, and goods that businesses provide? We are in a crisis, and I strongly encourage you to keep the ESEA of 2022 on the ballot as you passed in April, without tying its enactment to the county. Let the voters take part in this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Ryan Exner.
Yes, thank you. So good evening. I'm Ryan Exner. I'm on the board for the Natomas Meadows Homeowners Association in District 1. I have partnerships with other HOAs in the area with a reach over 5,000 homes. As you know, homelessness is the #1 crisis facing our city and our region. The City Council took action to begin to address the crisis by passing the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 in April. But now I'm learning that you all are threatening to water down this measure and even pull it from the ballot, alleviating yourself and the city any real responsibility from addressing homelessness. This is unacceptable behavior and shows a clear disconnect between your priorities and the priorities of the people who elected you. I strongly encourage you to keep the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 on the ballot as passed in April without tying its enactment to the county. Failure to do so will only add to the burdens of our community who already pay a high cost of living, including homeowners who are heavily burdened with extra taxes, Mello-Roos, and a significant increase in crime. The failure to do your job will only result in withholding valuable resources from the unhoused population, a community we all know is in desperate need. Taking this off the ballot to tie it up in litigation to only kick the can down to 2024 is only going to make the problem worse. And it's going to cause more people to be in the streets. So again, I strongly encourage you to keep the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act on the ballot as passed. And don't be the reason that people migrate to Roseville or Placer County, where they seem to have a much better handle on this situation. Thank you, and I have no further comments.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Rachel Roberts.
All right. My name is Rachel Robitz. I am a Sacramento resident, a mother, and a physician, double boarded in family medicine and psychiatry, who provides medical and psychiatric services to our neighbors experiencing homelessness daily. As a physician working at the front lines of this issue, I am speaking in strong opposition to this ballot measure. Research shows that encampment abatements and criminalization of homelessness negatively impacts health. We all agree that we need to address homelessness, but this measure does nothing to address homelessness and instead worsens my patient's health.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Evan Minton.
Hi, it's wonderful to see nearly everyone on the dais again. To the mayor, I want to thank you for seeing the urgency of now on homelessness. I also see the urgency of now to address the whole council. No matter what side of the political aisle you are on, no one wants to see this failure of our society's humanity. I've lived in the Sacramento region for nearly 20 years, and whether my activism has been as the president of the Sacramento National Organization for Women, on the PAC and board of the Sacramento Stonewall Democrats, providing direct services at Weave, as a board member of the Midtown Neighborhood Association, or several other hats. In my professional hat, for example, I represent ethical business leaders. It's always been for the betterment of our community. And I look around and my heart hurts for our community. It hurts for our unhoused neighbors. And I look at the business community's proposal and I see their frustration. And this measure does something, but it does not offer real solutions to homelessness. It simply makes it harder to be homeless. And the result is cruelty. I look at you all and I see smart people. We all know this is a political deal. When have corporations ever had the most vulnerable interests as their priority? I think you all know that this will resolve nothing and exacerbate our current problems. And look at who is on which side of this fight. Impacted community members have called this a racist and sexist measure. I very much agree with the mayor and some council members that there needs to be real solutions. That would be investments in mental health and drug treatment programs, affordable housing, and really prioritizing poverty so people can afford to purchase housing and stay in their homes. I want to mention that the amendments are not enough. I want to implore on you, please let your better angels prevail and not the corporate
Thank you for your
interests.
comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Just please let my trust in enough of you carry the day.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Dom. Dom, would you like to present to the council? Dom, if you'll unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Great. Yeah, so a couple of things. One, I just think this is not a good solution. I'm a homeowner in Alhambra Triangle, and I think the argument that we should just let voters choose is ridiculous because you can apply that to any ballot measure. It could be trying to bring back slavery. Should we really let people choose? No. So that, like, on its own doesn't stand as an argument. So let's just ignore it. And then looking at what it's actually doing, it's just going to increase costs. One, it doesn't comply with the Boise decision. So we're going to spend more money on city lawyers. That's a waste of money when we should be building housing. And then we're going to be spending money, if it somehow does pass, which it won't, legal scrutiny on incarceration, which is always more expensive than housing people. There's a ton of people with way more experience than this who have good solutions. But one thing that would be obvious is let's put a moratorium on Airbnbs in this city. Let's put a non-occupancy tax on empty houses, empty apartment units to fund building housing or to open up more housing. Paying cops to harass people and move them around is not going to do anything, right? I see large camps around my neighborhood get moved back and forth from U and 30th to under T Street every month. And it just forces the same people to move. It doesn't do shit to make people not homeless. So this is not a solution. I'm really fed up that this would even be brought forward. And let's just not do this, right? Let's do something that we know is practical, because this is just a waste of time. It'll be another lost year or two in legal crap. We need something that's actually going to do a solution. I know everyone's frustrated. This isn't it. Thank you for listening. I hope Katie Valenzuela gets better soon.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Boyd.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Steinberg and Council. My name is Mick Boyd with the Sacramento Police Officers Association. The Sacramento Police Officers Association supports the Emergency Shelter Act and Enforcement Act of 2022. The measure is a well thought out and properly balanced compromise measure that will address homelessness in Sacramento. It will provide needed shelter to our unhoused community while ensuring our city has the tools it needs to keep our communities, parks, and streets clean and safe. As police officers, we want to ensure the safety of all members of our community. This proposal, as the title suggests, pairs shelter with enforcement, requiring the city to provide our unhoused community with shelter while allowing our city to conduct enforcement at authorized and dangerous encampments. Without these tools, we have seen an explosion of encampments throughout our city. This proposal will require the creation of organized and safe shelter spaces while allowing the city to conduct enforcement and clean up illegal camps. The Sacramento Police Officers Association strongly encourages the County of Sacramento to follow the city's example of leadership on this issue and authorize a companion measure to cover the County of Sacramento. It is long past time for the city and county to work together on this important issue. Despite the county's failure to address this issue, the city of Sacramento must press forward and present the Emergency Shelter Act and Enforcement Act of 2022 to the voters as it was previously approved. A failure by the county to do their job is no excuse for the city to abandon their responsibilities. We call on the Sacramento City Council to send the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 to the voters as it was agreed to and without change. We also call on the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to send a countywide companion measure to the voters this November. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dave Hutchinson. Dave Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I'm a supporter of the ESEA. The ESEA is not designed nor intended to solve homelessness, but it is a step in the right direction. As a community, we need to challenge the notion the city needs to be a health and human services agency as a prerequisite to providing shelters. And I strongly disagree that providing shelters does not improve the quality of life for those living on the streets. This measure is not callous nor cold-blooded, and those who make such criticisms are ill-informed. They should take a look at the conceptual designs done by the local AIA as an example of how robust, permanent, affordable shelters can be constructed. So what's the value proposition for the citizens of Sacramento? I know my overarching goal: keep the unsheltered from dying on the street. What if the city was laser focused on just that one mission: provide a warm, safe environment for as many homeless as possible? This is a classic case of the perfect thwarting the good, with the perfect as has been defined by the vocal social services establishment. I reviewed many pro formas and budgets for new build permanent supportive housing projects. They can run upwards of $600,000 a unit, where shelters might be 1/10 of that at $60,000 a unit. Mr. Chan stated that the city is spending $33 million annually for 1,100 beds. Why have we assumed that increasing the bed count forces a pro rata increase in the cost of services? These expenditures for services versus shelters are not by default directly proportional. That is a policy decision. So what's the value proposition? A few lucky homeless get to live uptown while the rest stay on the street? Or is it to prevent as many unhoused from dying on the streets as possible? Ask yourself, what would you choose? The answer is simple: have courage, be leaders, and vote for change and support this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is National Lawyers Guild. National Lawyers Guild, Sacramento.
Hello.
It's your turn to present to the council. National Lawyers Guild, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm making a statement on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild Sacramento, and we strongly request you rescind this measure. Most of the businesses and associations backing this inhumane ordinance are the same folks who have historically fought against churches offering shelter, drinking fountains, bathrooms, and poor people's housing of all kinds. They have fought for criminalization, displacement, anti-homeless laws here in Sacramento and up and down the state of California. They are not good faith partners or on solutions, and their focus has always been on displacement. This ordinance would require city to remove houseless people from where they are living outside and segregate them into tiny spaces. Those who refuse to leave will be arrested and their belongings confiscated. Sacramento has chosen the path of enforcement and what you call abatement, aka sweeps, for years, for many, many years. And we are now at a 67% increase of people experiencing homelessness, according to the recent pit count. Boise is based on the Eighth Amendment. Cruel and unusual punishment, making people move with nowhere to go, is a violation of the Eighth Amendment. Your tents on concrete, navigation centers, and safe grounds are not, and I repeat, are not considered housing according to current precedents around Martin v. Boise and Warren v. Chico. This ordinance is unconscionably inhumane and will be unsuccessful in addressing Sacramento's homelessness issue. The National Lawyers Guild has already been engaging with unhoused community members and communities across Sacramento, and we will use our full force of our organization and all of our resources to protect the people of Sacramento from this cruel, illegal, inhumane, and violent ordinance. And that is not a threat, but a promise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Nikki. Nikki, if you'll unmute.
Oh, sure. Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Yes. This is a status quo ballot measure. All this talk about new, different direction, change. This is a status quo ballot measure. I encourage members of this council to, shelter and enforcement. Those have been the strategies for years, and we know they haven't worked. So I encourage members of this council to take this opportunity to fully rescind this ballot measure resolution, to take a step back, widen your lens, consider the trauma and harm that this will absolutely cause. And I'm certainly referring to the displacement, physical stress, emotional impact, citation, arrest, and regular destruction of people's personal property. But I'm also talking about this antagonistic strategy, both with the county and with advocates who have said for years that anti-camping ordinances are not the solution. Folks who live outside who've said for years anti-camping ordinances are not the solution. We need a very robust prevention system and an aggressive path to actual housing. Those are the only real solutions. This is, that should be the conversation we're having. Instead, this ballot measure itself is decisive, and it will not stop people from existing outside. It will just be harder, and they will be moved closer to death. They will not disappear, and the people who called in tonight will not have their needs met in terms of people disappearing. They'll continue to exist. The folks calling in as proponents pretend to be good faith actors, but they have constantly been in opposition to real solutions like churches sheltering, like water fountains, like any pro-homeless solutions, any type of new low-income housing in their district.
Thank you for your comments. Your
so
time
you
is
have to make a
complete. Will you
choice.
make your
Which
final
side are you
comment,
on?
please? Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is our phone number 2338 or the last four digits. Phone number?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay, wonderful. Hi, I'm a Sacramento City resident, a homeowner, a family medicine doctor, an addiction medicine doctor, and an outreach doctor who actually cares for people living outside. And specifically, I actually provide healthcare for people who are living outside every day and care about the human beings in our city and who are living outside. And I oppose the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act. I feel like often I come here and I don't know what else to say to you all except that sweets are actually killing people. Like, people are actually dying, and I see them. I watch that. It's not a hyperbole. I've watched people I've known for years since my time here in Sacramento die because of like frequent displacement. I've seen wounds get worse, limbs be amputated, medications destroyed and stolen, and just the safety of just knowing that you have a place in a community destroyed and stolen during sweeps. There's plenty of evidence, plenty of papers, plenty of knowledge out there that shows again and again that like frequent displacement leads to long-term permanent health outcomes. And the other point related to like shelter resistance, et cetera, if there's not a safe place for people to go, if there's not a shelter that people feel good at, like, it's not ethical to say that people are shelter resistant. And you talk about services and about people being service resistant. And I'm a doctor. Like, I go out there and I offer services you were talking about. I'm literally do addiction medicine. I care for people who have substance use disorders. And these policies continuously move people around and around, and I can't find them. I can't follow up with the patients that I'm caring for who want treatment, who want these services. And so imagine if your PCP was moved every week. It's unethical, it's inhumane. The solution to homelessness is housing.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is
proven time and time
complete. Will you
again.
make your final comment, please?
Yeah, please refocus all your attention on housing.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jim, and we have 10 more speakers.
Yeah, most advocates have no issues with the housing portion. We take issue with the enforcement and the safety issues it represents to our unhoused neighbors. I ask that you rescind the ordinance from the ballot unless you significantly amend it so that it does what it claims to do, such as remove the requirements to accept housing after a single offer, add a requirement to the city as to what housing looks like, and have this be informed by not just the court requirements per Chico, but also by unhoused individuals and what they need. Add a requirement on the city to comprehensively determine what housing works best for each individual person based on their individual trauma, their needs, and how best they see an ability to successfully move out of homelessness. Add a requirement that the county fulfills its role as the arbiter of health in the county and actually fund mental health, addiction, and other services adequately for those in need of those services. I don't care about Cerna and Steinberg's eggplant measuring contest. You each need to get your egos and future political aims off this city and county's necks, because your pitiful playtime has a death toll as you both seek to one up the other or at least deny a win to the other. People are dying. Just because you don't value them doesn't mean others with an ability to empathize don't. We know them, we care about them, they matter, and you need to learn to do the same. Also, if you are able to stand up housing, able to get services up and running, then a requirement to provide support services to those still living in encampments until they are able to be met and served. This means porta potties, cleaning stations, trash cans or dumpsters with regular pickups, and no sweeps. No threats of sweeps, no harassment by cops, no code enforcement either, since we all know you like to utilize them to threaten people as well. Breaking up encampments larger than 4 people will result in more sexual assault, period. People will be harmed and or killed. There is one way this gets addressed long-term, one way that it doesn't. One way that results in safety for housed and unhoused alike, and one way that doesn't. And we're sick and tired of doing it the wrong way because of egos, profit motive, or irrational fear-mongering. It's tired and we're over it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Will Hickson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Will Hickson, and I am Executive Director of the Sacramento Hotel Association. We represent 30-member hotels in Sacramento, which employ thousands of Sacramento employees and host countless visitors to our region. We know that homelessness is the #1 crisis facing our region and the top concern for our region's hotels, impacting the safety of our employees and visitors to our region. And I strongly encourage you to keep the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2022 on the ballot as passed in April without tying its enactment to the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Zola.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Dr. Zola Chimbori-Clow. I am a physician and psychiatrist who sees patients across a multitude of diagnoses and sites, including on 2P, the county jail's psychiatric unit. And there are not enough providers. There's not enough space. This measure will increase the amount of people that find themselves in correctional facilities because they just don't have a place to stay. There are folks that are dealing with mental health issues, substance use issues that are dying because of these policies. This is not the way. This is not what we need to be doing. I have been practicing here for 5 years, and we've continued to have this conversation. Why are we not centering housing? We know we have the evidence. We're running around, like idiots. If everybody has this desire to treat this problem, this is an ineffective solution. Rescind this ballot measure. You do not need to put profits over people. You can continue to support people and keep them safe and not further endanger them and make worse health outcomes. The expenditures for healthcare and for the prison system alone are made worse by this policy. We could be using, the entire country could be using the GDP on other things, but we continue to criminalize people and make it harder and make it more difficult to get out of homelessness, to make themselves healthy. Please do not add this measure to the ballot. Remove it and improve it like my colleagues have suggested. Actually make it so that people can have a dignity of life, so that they can have hygiene, so that they can have safety, so that they won't be criminalized just for living and not having enough money. We can't just tell people to stop being poor and go to a shelter where they can't even be with their 14-year-old son if they're a woman. This is not right.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Matt.
Hi, my name is Matt. I'm a homeless advocate and resident of District 2. Content warning for my remarks, I will briefly mention suicide. I urge the City Council to withdraw the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act from the ballot. It represents the interests of the Chamber of Commerce, not the people of Sacramento, and especially not the homeless community. This bill is a pathway to criminalization and sweeps. It offers essentially no plan for developing the shelter it requires, much less funding it, but is explicit about the required enforcement. I've been present at many of the city's sweeps over the past few years. I want you to understand what so-called enforcement really looks like. I once spoke with a woman who told me that under the stress of the impending sweep, she had broken her hard-won 6 months of sobriety. Another time, a man told me after seeing his shelter destroyed that he couldn't take it anymore and was planning to commit suicide. I don't know if he did. I once sat with a disabled senior veteran who could not walk and could barely see, while the city's contractors towed his RV home. All of the serious study of homelessness reflects that it is a systemic economic issue. Why do you keep punishing the victims of our government's failed policies? It's unacceptable. The people of Sacramento and California are ready to finally end this humanitarian crisis, but enforcement will never do that. You all would be heroes if you would look this in the eye and figure out how to house everyone. Pull in the state and federal government. Until then, stop the sweeps. Provide basic services, water, restrooms, trash service. Ask the homeless what they want and need. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Nicole Goring.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm a member of Region Business and wanted to allow you to keep the measure on the ballot for the November 22 election and let the voters decide. This is an important issue and we need to try this new step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Claire.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I support, this ballot measure should be rescinded and should not show up on the ballot, should be struck from the ballot. But what I wanted to speak to was a letter that you got from Ben Golembeck at the California Chamber of Commerce. It was interesting. In the letter, he claimed to have labor group support, and that seemed like strange bedfellows to me. So I looked into it, and that's not true. There's not a single legitimate labor union in favor of the ESEA that I can find. And in fact, a signatory to that letter, the Sheraton Grand Sacramento, represented by a previous caller named Jerome, actually had his workers go on strike recently due to the fact that they don't have livable wages. So what this looks like to me is a group of relatively moneyed business interests who would rather abuse the legislative power of your dais to put the city in a huge deficit and punish and criminalize poor people in their communities, instead of actually reducing housing insecurity among the working class by paying their workers a living wage. So let's not pretend that the very people behind this measure don't have the ability to reduce housing insecurity in their business practices. Secondly, a very critical problem of the measure as it exists is that it prevents community among unhoused people. Unhoused people are far more likely to be victims of violent crime than a housed person, and homeless people are capable of keeping themselves safe very frequently. But explicitly seeking to abolish homeless community is one of the reasons why this ballot measure cannot be sent to the ballot. Again, it doesn't make sense that we have a political economy that now prefers internment and soft incarceration over a robust public housing system. Please strike this measure from the ballot.
Thank you for your comments. I have 3 more speakers. The next is Daniel Conway.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm here as the chair of Sacramentans for Safe and Clean Streets and Parks. We are the coalition of business, labor, public safety, and community groups and ordinary residents that brought this measure forward at the beginning of the year. We were able to gather over 20,000 signatures in short order because we had a proposal that over 70% of Sacramentans supported. However, after hearing from the city manager and others, we worked with you guys in partnership for 2 months to craft a measure that addressed your concerns about financial as well as legal liability for the city. That was the measure that went before council on April 6th. We had a 3.5-hour council meeting that evening where I spoke at length with the 9 of you. Concerns were raised about tying this measure to county action. In fact, there was several proposed amendments made by Councilmember Ashby, Councilmember Vang, and Councilmember Valenzuela. And those amendments were rejected by our coalition as well as your colleagues. Councilmember Chenier made the great point that it is bad policy and bad precedent to tie city action to county action. Yet here we are tonight looking to break the promise that was made to voters and reverse course and basically tie the city's leadership to a toxic relationship with the county. I think it's important to note the facts here. The Boise decision does not call for housing, it calls for shelter. And in fact, our state auditor has made the point that our affordable housing model here in California is broken. This model would, our ballot measure would produce over 1,000 new beds, and it would allow the city to take a holistic first step towards addressing this crisis that has led to death and devastation on our streets, primarily for the unhoused community. People are losing faith in the leadership in the future of our community. And unfortunately, the actions that you are considering tonight are only confirming people's worst concerns. I am here to strongly urge you to leave the measure as is and to recognize that people are watching and that this is not done. There's more to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Dave Kempa.
Oh, hi there, everyone. Let me step out of the kitchen. I'm making potatoes. Yeah, so I think what you've heard a lot of is most of the community discussing how the why of this is wrong, right? Like you have heard over and over again from folks why this is the wrong thing to put on the ballot measure. And that should speak to you, just on a human level, that this was not done in the correct process, right? As Mayor Steinberg said, you had a gun to your head, and that gun was put to your head by Daniel Conway, who just spoke before me. It was put to your head by Amanda Blackwood of the Chamber. It was put to your head by Josh Wood of Region Business. And that's not how democracy works in our region, right? So I want to talk to you about the how of this now. If you push this forward, there are plenty of groups that are willing to fight you and win on this, right? The National Homelessness Law Center spoke. I don't know if you read all the comments, but they spoke on this in the comments today, that they will fight you. The Human Rights Watch, an international group, said they will fight you. And there is precedent to all of this, and they will win. So don't waste taxpayers' money. Don't throw Susanna into the courtroom. Don't let this thing pass. Pull it, because Daniel, Josh, and Amanda do not have teeth anymore. They cannot force you to put on the ballot. Don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Richard Wake.
Yeah, thank you. Richard Wake, City Council, District 7. So, I've heard a lot of the business people speak, and, I got to say, I don't feel sorry for them in many instances. Back several years ago, after former council member Warren's plan was rejected to open up a tent shelter out in City Council District 2, it was proposed that the churches be allowed to shelter people, and every president of the Property and Business Improvement District signed a letter to the city council opposing that. Yet, now they're complaining about it several years down the road that's nothing been done, when they had a chance to do something about it like 6 years ago. And, somebody mentioned too about, people rather not listening to the advocates. Roughly about 5.5 years ago, Kimberly Church gave the city council a complete list of addresses of all the vacant properties in every zip code in the city of Sacramento where affordable housing and emergency shelter could be put. That was completely blown off and swept under the rug. The other day a couple days ago, I was driving down Freeport Boulevard coming home from Rayleigh's. And right at the corner of Freeport and Fruit Ridge, heading south on Freeport Boulevard, there was a very disheveled African-American man lying on the pavement with a walker and a cart loaded with stuff lying on the pavement. I called the non-emergency number of the Sacramento Police Department to have a welfare check on this guy. You guys have had 6 years plus, and all you've done is kick the can down the road and not listen to the homeless advocates. And the property and business improvement districts are nothing more than a shadow government that all of you have a vote on. That's a conflict of interest. You guys need to take this measure off the ballot and start getting things done. You've had 6 years and you failed miserably.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I do have one final speaker, Jeff Dorso.
Hi there. Good evening, Jeff Dorso, Senior Vice President for the Sacramento Kings. None of the information tonight, unfortunately, is new. I think, the points raised by all members of the public, I think, are illustrative of the frustrations that we all have, whether that's for the conditions for the people on the streets or the businesses who also are suffering. Likewise, nothing's new regarding the county being responsible for paying for wraparound services. the hearing highlights why this initiative was passed in the first instance. There was a negotiation that took place, a compromise that was reached. It may not have been perfect, but it certainly was a step towards action. Following that, the ballot proponent withdrew their ballot, and we have the hearing tonight, where now the process has been reversed. And I think there's several issues with that. One, just from a process standpoint, I don't know if any other ballot proponent going forward in Sacramento will ever be willing to negotiate on a ballot initiative, and that has severe policy consequences. Unfortunately for the council, for the people, we don't make these processes. They're the ones we have, but that's an effect that we could suffer tonight. In addition, the primary concern was inaction. I think the one thing you hear from all the speakers tonight is the status quo is not acceptable. The measure as it was drafted and ultimately agreed to by the city council and the compromise is what we strongly support should be followed. That was what was agreed to, and that's what the law requires. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I think that is.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have no more hands raised to make public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn it over to the City Council, and I'm going to make the first comments here because I think it is important that we try to level set here a little bit. And I want to begin, I guess, by asking a question to all of the people in our community who are passionate about this issue. And the question is this: can we all try a little bit harder to rise above? Mr. Chan, our city manager, Howard Chan, made a very good opening statement, but I think it's important that I clarify what's on the table here tonight and what is being suggested. There are two options. One is to remove this item from the ballot. I do not support that. I believe that though imperfect, both process-wise and substantively, that what we voted on in April was an important step as far as it went, because it did seek to link enforcement and capacity, which is why I voted for it. So I don't think we should withdraw. There is a second option on the table, and I want to clarify exactly what it is. It says that if the voters pass the initiative in November, that its effective date, only its effective date, will not go into effect until there is an agreement between the city and county about clarifying and defining roles and responsibilities for each of us. Not all what the county must do, but what the city and county must do together. I support and strongly support this option because I believe that it provides us the best chance as a city, the best chance, no guarantees, but the best chance as a city to provide the relief that everyone we heard from tonight and everyone in our community rightfully and desperately seeks. So I begin by saying that I back up all that Howard Chan, our city manager, laid out about an hour and a half now or 2 hours ago. And I don't want to spend most of my time on process. He said, she said, because, the truth is the public doesn't really care. They just want better results and leaders that use their energy, our collective energy, to work together instead of fighting with each other. And that's a very reasonable expectation by the public. But it's important to talk a little bit about the process because sometimes a flawed process leads to a flawed result. And I want you to hear why I believe Mr. Chan's recommendation and his presentation nails it. There have been a lot of questions about whether or not this city council and this city have made homelessness a priority in what we've done and what we have not done. The public, the business community certainly, but the entire public has asked us to make homelessness a top priority, and we have done so. You have asked us to lead, and we have led. You have asked us for greater urgency. We have demonstrated consistently greater urgency. You asked us to take the first step. I heard that a number of times. We've taken the first step, and we've taken many first steps. The City Council over the past 5 years has not stood quietly on homelessness. In fact, some would say, and I've heard this critique from some of my colleagues actually in some of the community, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. Some would say that the city has stretched way beyond its traditional roles and become, without the long-term financial means or the programmatic expertise on homelessness, on mental health, on substance abuse, a tacit homeless services agency. I hear that a lot. But here is what we've done, even as the problem has, and I acknowledge it, has grown worse for a variety of reasons. Poverty, high housing costs, COVID, the fragility of society, drugs, some increased criminality, all of it. But here's what we've done. We've invested over $150 million that we fought for, by the way. It just didn't come down. I helped lead the big city mayors at the state level. We made this an issue. Cities got the first direct allocation, about $150 million over the last 5 years. We have established a Department of Community Response and invested millions in outreach, even though we don't have, we have trained people, but not clinically trained mental health workers. We now have 1,100 beds and safe spaces every night in the city. We started less than 5 years ago, when I became your mayor, or a little more than 5 years ago, excuse me, with less than 100. You, some of you, and I know it's controversial and a little bit divisive, but you, especially the business community, have asked us to enforce. And controversially, but consistently, i.e. look at the 6-3 vote in the City Council on December the 10th, where the law has allowed us, we have enforced against the growth of these large encampments, where the law has allowed us. Because we're all clear what the limitation is, that the law says you cannot enforce unless you have, you cannot enforce consistently unless you have more of everything: shelter, housing, services for the people. So everyone who called in tonight, no matter what your side, you're rightfully frustrated. It's important to acknowledge that. And so we have been working at this. We're not perfect, but we have been working at this. And then what happened? The coalition that you heard from tonight introduced, and as Howard Chan talked about, introduced an all-or-nothing initiative in February that the city manager told us, if it went into effect as is, would potentially bankrupt the city. So what did the coalition do? They used the art of politics, and politics is politics. They used their power and leverage to force an agreement with the city manager. He said it was under duress. They used their leverage to force an agreement with the city manager and ultimately with us. But prior to the introduction of this all-or-nothing initiative, the coalition, in fairness, did not approach the manager, the mayor, or the city council, or even the broader community. There are other stakeholders in this community. to ask, what can we do to be part of the solution? As we say in politics, and it's time honored, I don't even criticize it, it just is what it is. They made a leverage play. We urged them, and Howard did include this in his presentation, I want to fill a little of this in. We urged them to do an initiative county-wide, if this is a county-wide problem. They said two things to us in response. Number one, it's too expensive to gather signatures countywide. It's much easier to gather the signatures within the city. But they said a second thing. They said, city, as soon as you act, we will turn our attention to a comparable obligation for the county. We passed our initiative on April the 6th, Tuesday, April the 6th. Now, there may be others, Vice Mayor Ashby, others may actually go into a little bit more detail to describe the coalition's specific promises. But here is what I know, that until July, the middle of July, 3.5 months after our vote on April 6th, nothing public happened. I'm not saying there weren't conversations behind the scenes, but nothing public happened. There was not a press conference. There was not a letter. There was not a proposal. There was not a push, just a lot of quiet conversation over 3 months before it was functionally too late, really, for 2022. So I mention the process because I think as a mayor here, and whether you like me or not, it doesn't matter. I'm now serving my 25th year in elective office in this city. I've been elected twice as mayor, and you will have another mayor someday, but for now you got me. And I want to impart a lesson that I have learned in all my years of politics, including my leadership of the state Senate during the worst times in modern state history. There's a lesson here for everyone in terms of how we work together and make more progress. This is what I find flawed about the civic culture in our community. Sorry. We cannot allow our frustration over a problem to substitute for genuine thought leadership. Enforcing the law, for example, is necessary and appropriate, but you can't just move people around. It's called whack-a-mole. Absent a clear mental health and substance abuse, shelter, and housing commitment, the people who are most difficult and disruptive, for example, in our business corridors and neighborhoods, will not just magically go away.
Because we're going to get there. And your dentist. What do you think?
Maria, mute your mic, please.
It's okay. To think or to act otherwise is understandable, because frustration is understandable, but it's not thought leadership. So we can fight our fights every election season, and that's appropriate, and that's what we do. But in between, we have to approach each other as partners in a genuine, open-minded way around what really can and does work. In good faith, instead of threatening those or leveraging those who are actually stepping up and offering solutions. So that's what I want to say about the process. But you know, in the end, how we got here is much less important than the only real question that matters. The only question that matters is this: what is actually necessary to make a greater difference to help those suffering on the streets and to provide a cleaner and a safer city? So here's what I want to state clearly to all the partisans on both sides and our entire community. Number one, we cannot have people camping out on our streets in the city of Sacramento, everywhere. It is not right. It's a health and safety hazard. It is harmful to the people who are camping, to our businesses, and to our residents. And I strongly support humane enforcement that is tied to first helping people in need. I also strongly support the governor's care court proposal, which under appropriate circumstances would require individuals with serious mental health issues to accept the help. I strongly support Laura's law. And again, the law is clear that enforcement of any kind has to be partnered with providing the people what they need in order to try to end their state of homelessness. So there's obviously a second corollary, and that is if we don't help the people in need, they're not going to get off the streets. This is the magical thinking. They're just not going to get off the street. The person with severe mental illness or substance abuse is not getting off the street unless we collectively help them. We must help more people, but here is the problem, and this is the source of the tension. We cannot do it alone. As I said, the city initiative, as is, in my view, is fine as far as it goes, but without the county and their massive mental health, substance abuse, child welfare, and domestic violence infrastructure and resources, this initiative, as it stands, will not provide the relief that we want and that the people expect. Simply put, it would be a false promise. With greater commitments from the county and their healthcare infrastructure to the city, together we can make this better. And so the amendment here is simple, and it's the right thing to do. It says our initiative goes into effect when we have a binding MOU with the county that makes real commitments to one another. And let me tell you why this is important, because last August, after we passed a comprehensive siting plan, you remember that chapter, I publicly offered, and then also in the so-called 2x2, offered to put $100 million from the city, from various funding sources, mostly federal and state sources, but some local sources, on the table in partnership with the county. And we asked them to make a specific financial commitment to the city around this problem. The offer still stands. The county has an opportunity, and I'm going to speak about the relationship with the county at the end of my comments, but they have an opportunity, and tonight I hope that we put our hands out in partnership, if not in friendship, and say that we are ready to sit down with you and to make that agreement. And let me tell you how we deliberately changed this motion tonight, because 3 days ago, we were going to condition the effectiveness of the city initiative on the county doing an initiative on their own or an ordinance. And as Howard said, I came up with the idea and I said, you know what? We don't need them to have to go through or dictate to them how to do a process. All we want is a partnership, and a binding partnership that is specific around the amount of mental health services and resources that we need in this city. And I understand it would be a negotiation that we need in this city to actually intervene with more people and provide relief to them and provide relief to our community. Tomorrow, unfortunately, they appear to be taking a different tack. They are going to pass an ordinance that, yes, talks about critical infrastructure in the American River Parkway, but do we really believe that if they adopt stricter enforcement, that more of those people from the Parkway and the unincorporated county are not going to end up in our city, downtown business leaders, in our central city? You don't see the connection? You need to see the connection if you're going to be a thought leader, as opposed to simply demanding more action out of frustration. They can do it differently, and we can do it differently by sitting down together and actually coming to an agreement. I want to say I want nothing more than a real substantive partnership with the county. I too am tired of fighting, kind of tired of being the bad guy, kind of tired of being the guy that's, always pushing and pushing too hard. I'm tired of it too. I want nothing but a better relationship and a partnership, but a partnership has to be, it's not just about friendship here, folks, or collegiality. It's about specific commitments that actually give us the hope that the problem is going to get better, and that's what we suggest tonight. So I want to end with this because we talk so little about the substance and actually what it takes to help get somebody who's chronically homeless off the street. And by the way, that's our biggest problem. Family homelessness is down 31%. It's chronic homelessness around the mentally ill and the substance abuse users and others who've been out there a long time. That's what's on the increase. And that's the human tragedy. And that's also what's plaguing our business corridors and our neighborhoods. So let's acknowledge that some people are homeless for pure economic reasons. But when someone is chronically homeless with underlying health care, mental health, or substance use problems, they usually need 5 essential things. Only 2 of which can be provided by the city, and 3 of which must be provided by the Health and Human Services Agency for our city, and that is the County of Sacramento. And here they are. Number 1, intensive clinically trained outreach in the tent encampments. DCR is doing some of that, but clinically trained outreach in the encampments. I said 2 weeks ago, the county, as I understand it, currently has 3 teams, all dedicated to the unincorporated county. Number 2, personalized case management to help the individual navigate from the tent encampment into the beginning of stability. 3, shelter or other form of temporary housing. 4, ongoing mental and physical health care and substance abuse treatment so that the people have a real chance to end homelessness and not cycle back and forth as they do. And 5, permanent housing. Now on 3 and 5, that's in part our responsibility, and that's what we're willing to step up to, that first step, passing the initiative on April 6th. But as Howard said, and as I have said, it will be a failure. It will be a failure if we also don't have real resources and commitment and partnership around 1, clinically trained outreach, personalized case management, and ongoing mental health, substance abuse, and physical health care. And only the county can provide that, not the city. It's not pointing fingers to just tell the public that and to educate people about what our roles and responsibilities are. They have a multi-billion-dollar budget to do just this. We do not. Finally, we are all accountable to one another. We're accountable to each other. We're accountable to the county. They're accountable to us. We're accountable to the business community. The business community is accountable to us as partners and the county as well. And we're obviously accountable to the entire community. If we pass this amendment tonight, and after all the fury dies down, because you know there will be several days of fury, the table will be clearly set, and we will have an opportunity together to make this problem better. If we relent and go back to the way it was, this thing between the city and county, what will be different? What will be different tomorrow, next week, the week after, than frankly it has been over the last year, 2 years, 3 years? I know that the folks in county land and some of the business people, they don't love me, and it's because I came here after doing the Mental Health Services Act and my state leadership with a push. And I saw and see how bad the problem is. And together I want it to be better. And so there's a lot of talk about tension. It's not my intent to offend anyone, but you know what? Sometimes tension is a good and a necessary thing. It's a good and a necessary thing. Yeah. And so let's use this moment to and this tension to try to change the reality on the ground. And that's all this amendment seeks to do. Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you certainly teed that up.
What's that?
You know,
thank you.
first thing I'd like to do is thank our city manager, Howard Chan. When this ballot initiative first surfaced and we looked at the proposal, both Howard and I both had the same reaction that this needed to be a countywide initiative to be truly functional, and that it was pretty severe, that it would be very damaging to the city budget, and that we actually couldn't comply with the aspects of the initiative. And so Howard got very busy and worked with the community and crafted a compromise that brought it into the level of reality. And Howard, I know how hard you worked on that. It was extraordinary, it was above and beyond, and I thought that you did some very, very essential work for the city of Sacramento, and I laud your efforts very highly. You know, we heard a lot of testimony tonight. People have very different ideas about what homelessness is. They have very different ideas about how to address homelessness, what is effective and what is not. And obviously, there's a lot of passion. You know, whenever we say the word homelessness in these chambers, we get a lot of testimony and we get the same passion and vitriol and suggestions. Some of it's positive, some of it's very negative. But look, one thing we rarely talk about here is the fact that we have tremendous providers in our area and that we have solved the issues for thousands of people already. It's not like we're novices at this. People paint that picture, but it is patently untrue. We have great providers here. We've got Volunteers of America, Hope Cooperative, Women's Empowerment, Sacramento Self-Help Housing, WellSpace, and the Shore Center. The fact of the matter is we have practitioners in our region who know how to solve the issues of homeless people across the board. And everyone's an individual and everybody has their own unique set of challenges to overcome to get off the streets. But we have the mental horsepower to deal with all of these issues. It's really a matter of coordination. And that's why we need to work with the county. Yeah, there's been a lot of blame game stuff. There's been a lot of back and forth between the city and the county. Angelique's dealt with it for 12 years. I've dealt with it for 8 years. It really hasn't got better, but we do have an opportunity, I think, at this particular juncture. And frankly, I'm glad that the business community brought forward the initiative initially because it really did express the anger of what people are seeing in our streets here in Sacramento. And the anger is palpable. You know, my constituents every day send me messages imploring me to clean up the city, to make it feel more safe. What are we going to do with this tremendous problem called homelessness? Well, once again, I think that we have pathways to the solutions. The roadblocks are funding, and the biggest roadblock has been a collaboration between the city and the county. I believe the county is very much ready to step up and collaborate with us, partly because the county executive and our city manager talk, and they talk deeply and honestly, and they have worked out a lot of the issues that we have had running for years. Also, I think that council members over the years have wrestled with boards of supervisors and that we've actually forged some strong relationships as well. And I think that we can take this ballot measure and turn it into something that will help us move forward. We have long known, as the mayor has said, that we cannot deal with the behavioral health aspect of homelessness within the city because we don't have the expertise. The county does. And this is the piece that we haven't put together heretofore, but I think that we can at this time. You know, we've heard a lot about what the county doesn't do. Quite frankly, the county has done a lot to work with homeless population. They've expended many millions of dollars, and they have, in their own way, had their successes. And I laud them for that work, but the fact of the matter is, if we join together, we will be much stronger, unified, and collaborative. We've already started coordinated access, and that was a joint collaboration between the city and the county and the continuum of care to gather data on the homeless so that we can be much more effective and not do duplicative efforts every time we encounter somebody on the street. The efficiency of this is going to be very strident, and this should be in full force this October, which is really powerful step. But we also need, as we enforce, and look, you know, I know some people will excoriate me for this, but the fact of the matter is, enforcement is part of the solution of dealing with this. We have very, very negative impacts of homelessness on the city, a lot of crime, a lot of filth. We need to be wise and mindful of that, and enforcement is a piece of this puzzle, and that's not going away. If we have coordinated access and we have coordinated enforcement, and we work with the county for the behavioral health piece, and we work on siting issues and housing issues because we're good at that, we can have a winning combination moving forward. That's what I look forward to with this. If we do that, and I believe that if we pass this tonight,
Which pass what?
the staff recommendation with the caveat that it is only going into full force and effect when we create a working partnership with the county, that is our best chance to have a way forward. Now, today we had a meeting with some council members, supervisors, business community, and I think that we had the most honest discussion, certainly that I've participated in all these years, being on the 2x2 and talking to everybody about homelessness for such a long time. And we actually kind of charted a way to talk about this, doing a 4x2x2 discussion, if you will. I won't go into explaining what that means. But there is a willingness to get to the table and work this out. I think that finally, at last, we've all realized that we can't do, we know we can't do this alone as the city. The county realizes they can't deal with it just as the county. But together, we can make great strides forward. So I'm really looking forward to this. And I think that my personal feeling is we need to put it on the ballot with that caveat that we work with the county and put together an agreement. It could be within 30 days. It might take a little longer. But we want to expedite this. We don't want to dally. I would like to see this agreement forged and signed before this actually reaches the voters. I think that it's important. I think that timeline is actually critical so that we can show people that we're done with the blame game and we're going to move past that and we're going to start creating a solution. So I'll go ahead and make the motion that we pass staff recommendation. I'm not sure which version it was here. It was B, yeah. That we do that, but with the direction that we create the 4x2x2, that we put a 30-day time limit on reaching an agreement. If it takes longer, up to 60 days, that's acceptable. But that we reach this agreement before this ballot actually gets to the voters. And I think that that's a very important piece. And I'm certainly open to more direction if I miss something.
Councilman Harris, can I just clarify, just because I'm going to, precision is important. I think what you laid out is fine, but I want to be clear. Your motion includes the clear piece of the staff recommendation that no matter how long it takes, this initiative, if it's passed by the voters, does not go into effect until the MOU or the partnership agreement between the city and county is completed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
And it also includes the other change that the point in time count is only within the city.
Correct.
Howard's other change. Correct.
As our city manager clarified earlier with those two changes.
Okay.
So that's my motion. And you know what? I haven't felt all that optimistic about moving forward with homelessness for a long time. You know, look, I've worked with the county to do, you know, Rich Desmond and I put together coordinated access after going to Haven for Hope. That felt really hopeful. Working with WellSpace and creating the Sure Center, it's the collaborative efforts and our incremental approach to it. Those efforts are having great success. And if we double down on this and we really collaborate on sheltering space and applying the proper services, this is how we will deal with the problems that people on the street are experiencing in the most expeditious manner. But at the same time, it does give us the ability to enforce where we need to, and we need to. So that's the piece that's very important to me, because I have dealt with areas in my district that were so crime-ridden that an entire business park became totally dysfunctional. You can't turn your eyes away from that. You cannot say that all we need is a house and the homeless will be fine. It doesn't work that way. It's a much more complex problem, and it needs, you know, a deft touch and a lot of expertise and a lot of money and a lot of effort. But I think that we're closer than we've ever been to putting together that collaboration that will give us a winning combination. This doesn't mean that people won't disagree with me, but one thing I do know, that of all the practitioners who work in the homeless space, this is the solution that they are asking for. This is what they want to have happen, and they are the experts. I'm not an expert. None of us electeds here are expert in dealing with homeless issues, but we work all the time with people who really know how to do this and have great success. We just haven't put together the right program, but I think this is a step forward in a great direction. So I thank you, City Manager and Mayor, for getting on the same page, the two of you, because I'm tired of that push and pull too, to tell you the truth. So that's my motion. I yield the floor.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to piggyback on what Councilmember Harris has said. I too feel very optimistic here, and I was remiss in my comments early on to talk about the progress that staff has made, staff to staff, between city and county. In the almost 10 years I've been in the city manager's office, this is as good as it's been. And they are working with us on a regular basis, even as we're talking about this initiative and all the high drama that's going on. What's been consistent is my communication with the county exec, Ann Edwards, and I'm optimistic that we're going to be able to get this partnership agreement done in short order. I think for our boards, this council and the Board of Supervisors to get on the same page and have a binding partnership agreement, I think that's going to bring us home.
So one last clarification on this 4x2x2. I wanted to clarify that on the business side, it would include the Metro Chamber and Region Business, because they brought this thing to our doorstep. And I think that the county would agree with me that they need to be at the table to make this thing move forward. The yeoman's work will be between our city manager and the county exec, to be quite honest. But we all need to have input. And more importantly, we just got to stop blaming each other and talking about what doesn't happen, and just really focus on what we can achieve. Thank you, Mayor.
And welcome the community at the table to help out. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I will say that I feel optimistic where we are with the county today. I participated in the same meeting with Councilmember Harris and a couple of the county board of supervisors, and it was the most frank conversation we've had about where we want to go and how we want to proceed in the future. And even seeing last night, the letter from Ann Edwards, the chief executive, about the work that the county is doing, that they're planning on doing, that they're looking at doing, it just reminds us, and even further, I think, sends a statement that if we're going to make a real dent, a real impact that the public sees on homelessness, it's going to require all of us using our specific tools to make that change. There's no question that the city, with 1,100 beds, with the respite centers, The enforcement efforts as well have made significant strides. But without the county, without the partnership with the state, without our CBOs, each with their tool, we won't make that significant change that we need to see in the streets, in our community, in our area. And even this afternoon, I mean, evening, I saw a comment from Supervisor Phil Cerno, stating that that he's has an open hand, wanting to sit down and work. And so, to me, I think those are signs that we have a better future moving forward. But when it comes to this initiative here, I have a couple different thoughts here. One, if we did not want it on the ballot, then we should have said no in April. And we made an agreement. As the agreement may have been imperfect, it was probably the best agreement at the time that was negotiated. But for the signatories and the representatives of those signatories, I do believe we have a responsibility to put that on the ballot for the signatories. And even changing the initiative, we had a full conversation about the challenges of putting some type of trigger or some type of tie-in with another agency back in April. And I don't want to relitigate all those issues, those challenges, because at the end of the day, we can only control what we can control, what we have our authority. Therein lies, I think, the opportunity that we have currently in finding a path forward. In our conversation today, one of the key issues was the word that came over and over again was partnership. How do we create partnership? And I think the desire to have a partnership agreement came out organically through our conversation. And I agree that also 30 days, we were trying to be realistic and saying 60 days just because of what it takes to do something. But being aggressive, 30 days to get to a partnership agreement, I think is a doable thing. From what I hear, city manager, that your conversations with the county executive, that you feel that that's a possibility to be able to get to a partnership agreement in 30 days that outlines where the tools are that we have and that they have, and that we can have the division of labor so that we're not tripping over ourselves and that we're maximizing our efforts. And am I mischaracterizing that, Mr. City Manager, that it is
I think that it's doable if we're talking about putting a framework together to get it approved and voted by both bodies. That's going to be a little bit more challenging.
Well, and I think from what I heard today is that everyone who was having those conversations felt positive and willing to make that effort, to make that change. And the other thing that came about during our conversation, which I think is important, why we need to have this 2x2x4, was that whether for whatever reason that we've had a long history of having the 2x2 on the city and the county, and sometimes it's been successful, sometimes it haven't. I mean, whether it was our side that was canceling it or their side that was canceling, it came to my attention that the 2x2s hadn't met. And I think having this 2x2x4 and also putting the proponents of this measure in the middle to have a skin in the game as well, and also having, I think, more council members engaged as well, I think will help push everyone to get to that point. I wish the county had a bigger Brown Act number, but that is the other challenge that we're faced with, is how we function and get to an outcome within the Brown Act. So I agree with this idea of this 2x2x4 to help us achieve, because that to me is the more important part, is what's the process we're using to actually get to an agreement. I think the trigger mechanism, could be harmful. I mean, because the reality is it could be also seen as a poison pill, where if the county refuses to do something, then the city's left off the hook. So to me, what's more important is the process we're using to get to that partnership agreement within the 30 days. Now, I kind of want to continue and see how our conversation on the dais goes, but I don't want to relitigate the issue of having a contingent agreement here. But if there's a way for us to get to, as Councilmember Harris made the motion here, to where we can get to a partnership agreement in 30 days, that we can create a structure that we agree upon where we can have these conversations, honest conversations, about what we can and can't do. To me, that I think is the end goal here. And if we can achieve that tonight, that is the optimism that I'm looking for, because I think it will be how we achieve it. So to that, Mr. Mayor, I'll say that I don't think we should rescind it. We have, I think, an obligation for those who want to take a vote on it, whether you support it or not. You know, they have. But to your point, but second, I also have a hesitation towards adding any kind of contingency language. If we're all really in agreement now, and finally, I'll say, in our conversations today, that you know, that if we put together a partnership agreement language in our ordinance, at least from what I heard from our counterparts on the Board of Supervisors, is they would put that similar language in their ordinance so that we were mirroring each other's efforts. So to me, I think that shows that each side wants to accomplish something. We're doing it on the same week, whether it was timed appropriately or not. I think that is an approach that I'd like to prefer to move forward in.
You do understand that isn't the motion on the table?
No, I do understand that.
Okay.
No, I know that.
Okay.
And that's why I haven't seconded the motion.
Okay.
Because I
that's
want
right.
to see kind of.
Let's see what
where we go.
happens here. And now we're going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Ashby, Vice Mayor Ashby. And I want to thank you. You've been enormously helpful over these last number of days, and I want to acknowledge that tonight and in the days ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, it's a tough one. No easy answers here, right? And yet critically important. And I think what I love about this council and really the city and everyone who called in, and no matter what their opinion was, is that we're all just trying to get it right. And we're all just trying to find the best way forward. I think there's lots of thank yous to go around here, actually plenty. It's probably a good thing that we're just kind of arguing over, this is our issue. This is our issue is, 30 days, 60 days, how do we proceed? But we all agree we need to proceed. And we all have great relationships at the county. All of us, everybody at this dais has some great relationships at the county. Every one of us does. And I'm really proud of my colleagues who took some meetings today or this week. I think you guys moved the ball down the field. And I think that's the way good councils work. Mayor does some work, vice mayor does some work, everybody pitches in, city manager doing the best he can. That's how we get to where we get. We have a great city attorney and a great city team. And the one thing I don't agree with is people who called in and said we haven't done anything, because that's just not fair or right or accurate. And I've watched each of you, and I've said this to each of you personally, but I've watched every member of this dais stand bravely in front of people screaming at them, trying to get things done in their communities and fighting for projects, fighting for things. I do take a lot of pride in the fact that family number has gone down, that the mayor points out, and I appreciate, Mayor, that you always give me a little credit for that, because you know how hard we worked. But you know why the family number in the homeless point in time count is the only one that goes down? Because it's the only population that every time we address them, we wrap services around them. We don't just set up a tent city in a park and say this is where the families will be. We go to great lengths to fight to get resources and services in there for the families. And we actually make a difference in some of their lives. And it is really exciting to watch some of those women with their little ones find a way out. And it's really personal for a lot of us, I know. A lot of people on this dais take a lot of criticisms, but many of you, either as children or adults, myself included, have dealt with really tough situations like that. So I just want to take this opportunity to say that I'm really proud of this council. I'm proud of our team and our staff. Now I'm proud of the community too. But I do have a couple things that I think are really important. Councilmember Harris, I will second your motion. For the sake of our city attorneys, I would like to ask for one friendly amendment. This is really just a cleanup piece that allows your request that the MOU could be done in 30 days, 60 days, or any time limit. In order for that to happen, we do have to eliminate the first line of sub C, which just identifies an operative date for the ordinance. We just need to remove that. It's really not substantive. This is just an ask of Mr. Ruyak, so that it allows you to do this at 30 days or 60 days if it happens prior to this actually going to the ballot, which I know you want that. We all want that to be the case. So
removing that first line, which says the operative date and ends with subsection B above. Otherwise, subsection B, I think, is the right pathway forward. I think the trigger mechanism is really good for the city of Sacramento. We have a job at this dais too. We need county participation. We all know we need that. But this isn't about beating up on the county. You're right, Mayor. It's about us working together, figuring out what we can provide and what they can provide. And I think Councilmember Gary, you said that really well too. We've got to figure out what they can do, what we can do, and how that gets us where we want to all be. And I would like to point out, I would like to just take a moment to point out that I think this council has actually acted consistently. I think the action on April 6th, and I have some things I'd like to just state on the record today, show that this council really wanted to keep this ballot initiative or some version of it moving forward. We really want to give the people a chance to vote on this. Almost everybody on this dais said, actually every member of this dais wanted to do that. We just had different versions of what language we thought should be in there. But the one thing that we all agreed upon was that we needed a partnership. Back on April 6th, Councilmember Harris very wisely said, we've acknowledged at council many times that without a collaboration with the county working hand in glove for them to provide behavioral health services, that we'll not get to the finish line in dealing with homelessness. None of it will work without advanced behavioral health services. He's been so consistent on that point, not just on April 6th. We've all heard him say that over and over and over again. Councilmember Vang, who didn't even support this initiative, also wisely said, we heard from proponents and even county supervisors that they are committed. And if they are committed, then we should be working collectively as a region to make sure the county passes a ballot measure so that this measure can be triggered. Those are her exact words. Councilmember Valenzuela said something similar. Mayor Steinberg said, we all agree the county needs to be a full partner. I would read you all of the times that I said that we needed the county, but it's exhaustive. And I'm sure you all remember from that hearing that I did actually, in fact, force additional language into the ordinance, though I personally also stated on the record that I didn't think it was strong enough. Here's what's, I think, very important for us to remember. At that time when I said to all of you that I didn't think it was strong enough language for accountability, for partnership, we were given constant reassurance, and we relied on that reassurance from the leader of the proponents, Mr. Conway, who told us that he was confident that once the city acted, the county would act as well, that he had engaged in the conversations that needed to take place to get us where we were going, that he didn't want a token, that he expected more from the county than he was getting from the city, that he'd had the conversations with the city, that Patrick Kennedy had told him he would support this. Of course, later some of those things changed, and that's what we watched happen. It's perfectly reasonable that now, in August, 120 days later, when we haven't seen the county move, and actually, we've all read in the paper that the county intends this week to take a very different action than we were hoping they would take, to do enforcement only, that we would then say, well, that looks like it didn't manifest. And let me say this right away. I place no blame on the advocates. I think they probably did try. It just didn't happen. And so it is well within our purview prior to the 12th of this month to take a look at what we placed on the ballot and say, is that in the best interest of the more than 500,000 people that live in the city of Sacramento that we're accountable to, that we represent? And we've been very consistent. In fact, I think the statement that surmised all of our positions the best actually came from Councilmember Laloe on that day. And he said, if we're not sure that we can get the services from the county, we can agree to everything that's being presented to us in the original agreement. But we will be in the exact same spot a year from now, probably much, much worse. Because we've already built 1,000 new units. We know what that means. It doesn't suddenly give you enforcement rights. The population's not stagnant. And we don't sit in Sacramento County alone. And so I think these comments, there are many of them. Mr. Conway ended that meeting, by the way, that day, telling us, and these are his words exactly, committed to seeing a county-wide ballot initiative on the ballot this November. He said supervisors will collaborate accordingly. As soon as we get this done with the city, we are ready to go after the county. Those are his exact words to us in that hearing that we all relied upon as we took that vote back in April. The mayor wrote an op-ed piece 2 days later after we passed this. And I won't do the whole history of this, but people who know Mayor Steinberg and know his time in the state legislature know massive champion, statewide champion. Actually, you may not know this, actually received a Profile of Courage, which is a national award. His name's hanging in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. For what? His work on mental health. Mr. Conway actually called Mayor Steinberg many times to ask for his advice when he was working on this issue in LA. Daryl wrote an op-ed saying, not, oh, hey, this was my intellectual property, but saying exactly this, the Conway Initiative. Not his work, because it was fine that somebody else built on it. The Conway Initiative is a step, and it has always been couched in the idea that it was both imperfect and incomplete without the county. And so I'm really proud of this council and every member of this dais, because I think you're pushing the ball forward. I'm also proud of the business community and the advocates who called in today. By the way, overwhelmingly, I took a tally, more than double of them wanted us to just withdraw it. But we're trying very hard not to do that, and try instead to continue to move forward with some level of commitment here. It is not a kindness to leave people in crisis, and moving people around in circles is not homeless services. We need mental health, we need child welfare, we need addiction services, we need domestic violence help. We need to help foster youth, we need health care, we need LGBTQ specific services, we need resources. That means we need the county. And I think I'm very encouraged by what I've heard from Councilmember Guerra and others at this dais, that there's a real possibility that in the next 30 to 60 days, we'll see something extremely meaningful there. And then lastly, I just want to say this. In terms of our fiduciary duty to the city of Sacramento, this is not about $5 million. I've never seen this council back away from spending $5 million. In fact, we've spent more than $5 million every year since Daryl got here on homelessness. And there's nothing stopping us from doing that moving forward. That's not what this is about. It's about being effective and having the right people in the room actually moving forward a program that works, that does help people who are experiencing homelessness and in crisis, that does help businesses, that does encourage people to invest. I have heard many times from my colleague in District 2 about investors who have come and looked at spots and then left. He could probably tell you a story tonight about that. We have to address that because people do need jobs. We heard Councilmember Valenzuela ask tonight for a grocery store in a certain area. I remember a former council member for District 2 recruiting a current council member for District 2 to build a grocery store in another food desert in a part of our city. It's hard to convince people to invest in our city. We have to make that easier. And we do need to work with the people who have already invested here to help make sure that they're successful. But we also have to take care of our people, our unhoused neighbors and our neighbors alike. And I think this is a strong pathway forward to achieving all of those goals in a reasonable amount of time. I really appreciate my colleagues who are going to support this tonight. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So there's now a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go now to Councilmember Laloie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all the city staff that have been very involved, including our city manager, regarding the latest issue. Let's be very clear. You know, I hear callers calling in and making the business community sound like villains. But the very fact remains that without the business community, we wouldn't have this revenue that we have, that we can invest in our youth, invest in our unhoused, and many other programs within our city. So I am very grateful to the business community, and I encourage them to not give up, that we are working on something that's going to be in a very positive, that's going to be headed in a very positive direction. I like to believe that as a council, we are pro-business. With that said, we're also very compassionate, and we believe in a humane way that we have to deal with our unhoused community. We have spent over $100 million in the last 2 years. We've set aside approximately $35 million a year towards our unhoused. But as you can see, today we're looking and saying we need to partner up. And without that partnership, the unhoused situation not only will not get any better, but it's going to get worse. We have major issues. As my colleague, Vice Mayor Angelique, just alluded to, just today, we had what's supposed to be a distribution center in my district, providing anywhere between 75 to 80 jobs. This afternoon, they sent an email to me saying that they are taking their offer back simply because in the last 3 weeks, the space that they were going to purchase was just, there were just too many homeless around, and the local businesses or warehouses were complaining about it, so they've changed their mind. And as much as I hate to say it, they're going to one of our neighboring cities and investing in that. That's very bothersome when you talk about a district that has the highest unemployment rate, has the highest crime rate, has the largest encampment, and we're still sitting and wondering, what can we do? Mr. Mayor, I've heard a great deal of frustration within communications between city and county, all valid. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I have not been involved in any of them. So that's a blessing. It could very well be that your conversation and your tenacity and not giving up, maybe that's what's brought them to the table and saying, hey, let's talk. But one thing I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, I had the pleasure of talking to 2 of the supervisors today. And one of them referred to this memorandum of understanding to be changed to a partnership agreement. And that was a recommendation by one of the supervisors. I feel extremely optimistic that the city and the county can come to an agreement on this partnership. Talking to the supervisors, I was very clear that without their help, there's nothing we can do. It's just obvious. And they have agreed. In fact, they agreed that they need to be at the table. So after talking this morning and continuously throughout the day, we all agreed that even having this memorandum attached to it, that our friends at the county, the supervisors, they don't mind it because they're focused on reaching an agreement. And I was very appreciative of that. To the business community, as many of you know, I am very pro-business. And I've gone beaten up for that. But I cannot change what I believe in. Without our business community, we will not have a city. And I want to thank individuals like Josh and Amanda, the fact that they put their time and brought us together for continuous conversation. Based on our conversation today, I'm very confident that between county and the city, we can reach that agreement. At least we can put the meat on the plate and hand it over to our city manager. And it's my understanding that you have worked tirelessly with and at the county, and the relationship is fantastic. You guys are working it out, because here's the thing, what we're focusing on, we got to cut out everything and just look at it as common sense. What works, what doesn't work. We're at that stage. If it's not working, we need to stop and move on. If it's working, then we need to really concentrate on that. Talking to the supervisors today, they acknowledged that they have the services, the very services that we need. You know, from day one, as we've been concentrating on housing as the only element for our unhoused, and I've been very vocal that housing is not the only element, that we need the services with mental illness and addiction. And I think finally we're coming to that, right? Granted, it took about a year and a half after $100 million, but hey, at least we figured it out. I'm very optimistic that within the next 30 days, with the help of the business group, with the help of individuals like Josh and Amanda, that would try to put these meetings, whether it's 4 by 2, by 3, 4 by 4. Sometimes talking, I'm thinking I'm ordering at In-N-Out or something. But initially when they told me, hey, let's do a 4 by 2, I really thought I could go to Home Depot and buy a 4 by 2 and then attend it. But the meetings are, the conversation today was extremely organic. Nobody was trying to, posture a position. I feel very confident, and I have full trust in our supervisors that we can reach this agreement. But at the same time, I also believe that our job, and I think the business community would appreciate this, is to protect our city. Because a bankrupt city is not going to help anyone. And being transparent, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, by sharing those numbers with us, that clearly showed in 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 years, we are in a minus, a negative $65 million, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to speak.
53, but 64 if the youth initiative passes.
Right, so let's go with the lower number, which is 55, right, or 54. That's $54 million in negative. So imagine the amount of services that we have to cut from unhoused, youth, safety, to kind of match that number. But if we can bring our county partners to the table so we can reach an agreement, maybe we get some breathing room, and with their help, we can expedite helping the very vulnerable community that we're fighting for. We're beyond name calling. You know, I love it when our residents sometimes call in and they get so excited from their living room then, and they say you're not doing enough. We've done too much as a city, if you ask me. We've gone way out there. And I think it's time for us to sit back and say, hey, our next move needs to be with our partners. So, and to the business community, you're not alone. We understand your importance. We will support you, but it has to be done in a manner that our city manager and our mayor feel it's the best way for the city and the future of the city. So I am in favor of your motion, Councilmember Harris. And I feel very strongly that with the help of the business group to organize these meetings, and I think these meetings need to be set and organized by them. It's one entity that's working on this rather than having 10 people do it. I'm going to ask Josh and Amanda to actually set up these meetings. If we're all going to work together so we can get this done, hopefully in the next 30 days. And in 45 days, we have a signed partnership agreement where we really can now roll up our sleeves and get busy. So on that, I appreciate the time, and I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowy. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to everybody who took the time to call in. Although I will say that some of the comments I've gotten today have really bothered me, especially some emails from folks demanding that we do more, as some of my colleagues mentioned, who are some of the same folks who oppose us every time we try to do more. That's pretty frustrating. But I will say, and echoing what some of my colleagues have said before, I am frustrated that folks on the one hand will tell us that they understand we need county engagement and partnership, and on the other hand, rile up their base to come at us like we're somehow abdicating our responsibility when they didn't hold up their end of the deal that we made in April. I don't think that's okay. I completely agree with those who say something must be done. I frankly think everybody on this call agrees something must be done. None of us are okay with what's happening on the streets of our city. But I will note that you did not hear one housing or shelter provider, one mutual aid volunteer, not one professionally medically trained person who works with folks on the street every day call in tonight in support of this. Not one. And they know how to do this. As was mentioned before, they're doing it every day. They've done it thousands of times. So why aren't we listening to them? Now, I'm one who've pushed aggressively on solutions since I've taken office, and I've taken the political hit for that work. And I'm going to keep pushing because, as was mentioned, we don't have a choice. This is our number one priority. But my frustration with this measure, as I told Conway back in February when we met before this language even got finalized, is that it fails to solve the two key barriers that we experience in the city, which is funding and space. It's really just that simple. We don't have the money and we don't have the space. And until we can get to scale, we can't move people, as was mentioned, period. I mean, the county might have a different interpretation of the law, but I feel like I'm pretty clear. It's illegal, it's unethical, and it harms the very goals and the people that we say we're trying to help. So for this measure to pass, in my opinion, with or without the amendment, frankly, puts the city in real harm's way. Most mainly, honestly, because we're implying that at any level, we can deliver significantly more than we are already doing, which, as you saw in the city manager's budget presentation, is simply not true, at least to the degree that would be necessary to deliver the outcomes that folks who called in tonight are looking for. But more than that, even if the litigation is wrong, we will have an even angrier base of constituents who will use our perceived inaction to sue us. And this $5 million cap does cover litigation costs, but it's not a cap on those costs. And I can only imagine how many folks will take the step to sue us, even if the law is written says that we don't have an obligation until certain requirements are met. That's not going to stop people from filing, and that's not going to stop us from having to defend ourselves. And as we've heard the city manager say, we're not even sure we can afford our current service, much less the additional $5 million, which means that if we start getting sued, we are potentially going to have to cut city services. It's just that simple. Budgets are zero-sum games. And just an hour or two ago, or oh my gosh, 4 hours ago, what time is it? Sorry, I'm feeling very sick. At our 5 p.m. meeting, we just talked about maybe not being able to afford $7 million over 3 years as an incentive for developers to build affordable units. So I really hope that we're not blind to what this means from us from a financial perspective as a city and what this could mean for us if this moves forward. And I know we said this at the meeting in April, but there is absolutely nothing in this measure that will protect that 102 acres in South Sacramento from being put into full use as a shelter. And it's just wrong. I mean, you can't put thousands of people on one parcel, and South Sacramento deserves that youth sports facility. And I've heard folks say, oh, that's never going to happen, but there is nothing written in this measure currently or amended that will keep that from happening or keep people from suing us to try to make that happen. And the maps of the buffer zones, frankly, can lead us to no other conclusion. That is the biggest parcel that we have control of that we could potentially use to fulfill the obligation in this ordinance. So I want action too. I want movement. but I'm going to refuse to let my sense of urgency push me to do something that's fundamentally wrong. It is the county's job, as we've said, and it's not because we don't want to. It's because we literally can't at the scale necessary without their help. And I know I've personally been in dozens of conversations with colleagues at the county asking for help, offering ideas, and hoping for partnership. And I will continue to push for that because we don't have a choice. But in the end, this measure will only further add kindling to the real frustration our constituents have when they vote for the city to do something and it never happens. So my substitute motion is very simple. I move to pull this from the ballot and direct staff to come forward at our next meeting or the meeting after that with an ordinance outlining our real commitment to working with the county on an MOU or partnership agreement in the next 60 days. This will put us on the same level as the county. We will be doing this as equals. We will both be negotiating in good faith at the same level. And it sets us up to have a real conversation about how we move forward without the flawed framework that's in front of us today. But to let this proceed, frankly, in any form puts the city in a level of harm that I can't stand by and accept. So I will very willingly join the Law Center, the Human Rights Watch, the ACLU, the Western Regional Advisory Advocacy Project, Sacramento Area Congregations Together, Organize Sacramento, the growing list of organizations that will oppose this measure. But so that's my substitute motion. But before I end my comments, since I fully accept my colleagues may disagree, let me tell my colleagues, please, that are setting up this 4x2x2, can you please include the staff and the service providers that are doing this work right now? I appreciate the interest in wanting to include the proponents of this measure, but we do not need to figure out how to do this. They know how to do this. We need to listen to them and give them the tools that they need to do the work that they have been trying to do in this city for years and years. So that's my substitute motion. Pull it from the ballot and direct staff to come back with an ordinance similar to what the county supervisors, I believe, are proposing, committing us to working on an MOU in the next 60 days. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much, Councilmember Valenzuela. That's a substitute motion on the floor. Councilmember Vang is next.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the callers who called in. My position on this ballot measure has not changed much since April. For me, in particular, unless we have preventative strategies in this measure to address the root causes and guarantee a commitment from the county to provide health services to our community, it's really hard for me to support this. From a public health perspective, removing individuals without critical health or behavioral services and housing is just flawed from the start. And when I read this measure, this is simply an enforcement measure without providing the guarantee critical health services and housing. I know that my colleagues and everyone on here, and even those who called in, proponents and opponents of the measure, we all have a sense of urgency to address what's happening on our street and really help our unhoused neighbors. But at the end of the day, for me, we need a ballot measure that's implementable and that's actually realistic. Enforcing people experiencing homelessness to move out of our site without the services or the resources they need to get back on their feet is wrong. And as you heard from the city manager, we are doomed to fail without the county. As you all recall, during the April meeting, one of the proposed amendments that Councilwoman Valenzuela and I made was to condition the implementation on the county adopting a similar measure that commits them to funding, providing mental health services, and to provide the additional spaces. And while I was part of the no vote, this council did pass it 7-2, hoping that the county would do something similar. And as we heard from other council members, that didn't happen. It did not happen. I do want to say thank you to the mayor. I really appreciate you, Mayor, for your skillful efforts to always find a middle ground and to find compromise. But the reason why I'm going to second Councilwoman Valenzuela's motion is because this is still coined the Daniel Conway plan, and in April, when asked to Daniel Conway if we believe the city can do this alone, he said yes, meaning that he believes we can do this even when our city manager says that it's going to bankrupt us, right? Even when our city manager says that we're doomed. So I'm concerned that even with your good intention, Mayor, and your skillful expertise in finding common ground, I'm concerned that we're setting up the city for failure. Again, for me, I think it's really unrealistic for us to tell residents, community, and even local businesses that are not involved with the local businesses that are part of this proponent of this measure, that this measure will solve anything. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't have any true prevention strategies. I appreciate the proposal amendment on the table that hopefully will compel county participation. But this hasn't been the history of Sac County. It's great to hear that some of my colleagues feel incredibly hopeful, but until I see that action, because the county actually provides the health and human services, it's incredibly hard for me to support this measure. Lastly, I'm also going to vote no on this. Well, first, yes to second Councilwoman Valenzuela's motion, but if it doesn't pass, I am going to vote no on this, and it's because I still believe, as someone who represents a community that is often underserved, that this measure does not have strong enough language or guardrails to protect our most vulnerable residents, our unhoused neighbors, and neighborhoods that's been underserved. As I shared in April, this measure will result in redlining homelessness and poverty in our city. The language as it stands has a buffer of 1,000 feet from sensitive uses. And even with the 300 buffer, we still can't scale up. So if we're going to open shelters to address the geographic equity issue and have enough space to actually implement this plan, it's just not going to happen. And we really have to ensure that we actually protect historically disenfranchised communities. So as the language stands, it's just simply not strong enough for me to support it. Again, we've also requested for these amendments, and my colleagues did not accept it. Y'all did vote 7-2 to move the ordinance to the ballot. And I do believe wholeheartedly that this measure will have unintended consequences for our most vulnerable community and our underserved communities and neighborhoods for years to come. And so with that, I'd like to second Councilwoman Valenzuela's substitute motion to withdraw the measure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Vang. So that would be the first motion to be voted upon. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had an opportunity to listen to my colleagues and hear all of them and their different points of view. And I think we're all looking for solutions. I want to thank the callers who called in. We had enough of them who called in. I don't know the exact number, but I wrote down notes of what they said and made sure that I recorded everything that I heard them say, which I'll talk about in a second. I also want to thank the city manager and you, Mayor, for your leadership through this entire process. You've done a lot of work in helping us with our homeless community, and I want to thank both of you for the work and the relationships that you've developed along the way that are going to help us even more as we go forward. I too want to work in relationship with the county. I want one that allows us to create a binding partnership agreement that allows us to eliminate this feeling of helplessness, whether it be us who are sitting at the dais or whether it be those people who are on the street who see the homeless every single day and don't feel like they can do anything that can change their life. Don't feel like there's enough out there that can be done. Those who are dealing with mental illness, those who are dealing with substance abuse, domestic violence, the 137 lives that were lost, those residents who feel disenfranchised because they can't do enough to help those who need the most help. And yet they see them every single day. And there's not enough that they can do. So those are the ones who called in today. Those were the ones who pleaded with us to do something different. And I think what we're getting ready to do with the county is an opportunity that we have not had in the past that can help us. As much as we did by ourselves, how much more could we have done if the county were by our side the entire time? Would we have had 3,000 beds as opposed to 1,100? Would we have had more housing opportunities? Would we have had more people get the treatment that they need? Would we have less people on the street? Would the point in time count have been lowered if we had been working together up until this point? So I'm optimistic and I'm confident that we now are moving forward together. And in moving forward together, to me, there's a sense of opportunity and there's a sense of urgency. So I hear the 30 and 60-day conversation, whether it's 30 days, whether it's 60 days, whether it's 90 days, as far as I'm concerned. If we're moving together, whether it's a 4x2 or 3x2 or 4x2x2 or 4x2x2x2, whatever it is, the more people I think we bring at the table, the more people that are going to help us to move together so that we can have all perspectives there. Councilmember Harris said, you know, we get to double down. And we do get to double down as partners to create a recipe for success. And I'm optimistic that that's going to happen. And that partnership, that collaboration, that working together will not only be for homelessness, it'll be for us to make a greater Sacramento region. And so I'm very optimistic at this point in time, and I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Jennings. Councilmember Schneer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be brief because a lot has been said. It's late. And I don't have a lot to add. I just want to make a few points if I can here. First, add my thanks to the mayor and the city manager. Toughest thing you've done so far? And probably the most important. So, we've had conversations about the right thing to do, as hard as it's been. And I think both of you have always done that, and always done that from a belief of protecting the city and doing what's best for the city of Sacramento and all of its residents. So I want to say thank you for that. It's been kind of a whipsaw few months here with this initiative. I think that there are some things that I want to mention that we kind of don't talk about, but that I believe help to ensure our success. We had some tough discussions today, no question about it. I'm going to vote for this. I think it's the right thing to do to move it forward. I didn't happen to believe that we needed the trigger in there because I do think that we've reached a new point with the county and with the business community. What we don't talk about really is self-interest. And for the business community, I think for a lot of them, it's about doing the right thing, but it's also about protecting their own assets. And they need to do that, particularly downtown. We know that our business community has lost a tremendous amount of resource because of COVID, because of a lot of other things, and the emptiness of downtown. And I think that's been really difficult. And if we can recognize that, it causes us, or for me at least, to trust a little bit more because I know what their intentions are going to be. And a lot of the business folks who've been involved in this have done a lot for Sacramento and other places, and I think we need to give them credit for that. So I think there's a piece of that puzzle that we really haven't talked about at all, but to me gives me more assurance that they're going to stay in the game. I think we've all learned a lot. I hope we never do a process like this again, because from the start, it wasn't the right thing to do. It wasn't collaborative, and pushed us off in different directions. And I think that came home to roost really in the last few days here. But maybe it's a learning experience for all of us. I sat in that meeting this morning as well and felt better about the potential that we have, the opportunity that we have with the county than I have in a long time. And with this partnership agreement, and I think, Mr. Harris, is that part of your motion to actually change from MOU to a partnership agreement, if we can make that?
A binding partnership agreement? Legally binding,
Yeah,
legally binding
yeah,
partnership.
just take out MOU and put in partnership agreement. I think
Because
there's
it's
two
legally
places
binding.
to do that.
Yeah.
Indeed, I think that nomenclature is important.
Yeah, and as we talked about it this morning, so we can make sure that that's there. But the other thing that I felt is that between the work that the city manager and the county exec have done, we've done a little bit of going one way and then going another way if something worked, or lurching one way or another, all because we thought they were good things. Some worked out better than others. But my hope is that the partnership agreement is actually also a piece of a strategic plan that moves us forward, that gives us a framework for how we work, so that we're not wasting energy or resources, but that it's moving us forward in a really cohesive, thoughtful, strategic manner. So I want to thank you for that too, and I want to thank Ann, because you guys have a lot of work to do, but it's important work, and again, there's nothing more important for the city. I do want to say that I did get a note from Supervisor Kennedy that both he and Rich Supervisor Desmond support the partnership agreement concept. I know that there are other supervisors who have been involved and talked about it. And Mr. Guerra talked about Mr. Cerna. And I know Sue Frost also has said the partnership agreement is something that she would look forward to. So I hope I'm not misquoting her, but that's my belief on it. So I feel, you know, I've been doing this, as many at this table have. I've been doing this one way or another for about 20 years. This was an issue that I felt pretty helpless about, with the number of calls that I would get every day about encampments in my district, about what we're doing with WX when Caltrans comes and everybody just moves across the street and then they move back because there's no fence there, whatever that is. This is the first time in a while that I've actually felt hopeful. So I very much appreciate that, and for the time that I have left here, I'm certainly willing to dedicate as much time as necessary to help make this a success.
Thank you, Councilmember Schneider. I want to respond to your comment about strategic plan as a close here, but I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Guerra. I'm going to make a comment, and then we're going to vote on the substitute first, and then, depending on its outcome, potentially the main motion. Councilmember Guerra.
So I forgot to mention that, you know, the clerk did receive also a letter or a note from Supervisor Desmond about being supportive of that, and I wanted to recognize that. And Patrick as well, that they were submitted to our clerk's office as well. So as much as they you know, mentioned it to us, you know, I think the fact that they wanted to take that next step is important, which again, it leads me to the feeling that, as Councilmember Chenier mentioned, I also agree that we don't need the trigger, but I want to be clear on the motion here and what the functionality is. So the last thing I also wanted to make clear that it's a legally binding partnership agreement, but that was made clear right now, good, because that was still floating in the air.
Yes.
But if the legally binding agreement is reached, and at least from our conversation, Councilmember Harris, then the trigger basically disappears once that's reached. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you read it?
Approved by the City Council and the County Board of Supervisors.
Right, once they're both approved.
Right.
And I think that's an important part there, because within 30 days, the hope is, I know some folks are pushing for 60 or whatnot, but I think within 30 days, that trigger, you know, is gone, because I do think we're in a different point again. Two things again. There's a lot of talk about coordinated enforcement, which for those of us that represent districts in bordering areas, it becomes a problem, and I think that's the most destructive part, when you have situations where you're pushing just people from one jurisdiction to another. But most importantly, again, why this partnership agreement conversation that we had this morning, legally binding partnership agreement, is the coordinated access piece. Like that is I think the most fundamental piece for us to be able to maximize our output. And so, you know, if those pieces are going to be in there, one, the trigger is gone because of the legal binding agreement. We can get this even before the ballot is printed, or the measure is on the ballot. Then I can support it at that point, because that, I think, needs to be made clear. And then the 2x2x4, I think, is important, because I think having more of the council engaged on this is going to be.
So on that one, Councilmember Guerra, if I may, so the 2x2x4 members can meet in whatever form they want, as long as they don't violate the Brown Act informally. That wasn't part of Councilmember's motion. If we're going to do a formal committee of some kind, there are two things I just think to consider. One is that next week, under Vice Mayor Ashby's leadership, bringing forward, and the city clerk's leadership, bringing forward a set of recommendations that will limit the use of ad hoc committees for our commissions. And that's something that we have to set an example for if we're going to go forward. Secondly, that under the council rules and procedures, the mayor, if we're going to do a committee, the mayor appoints the members of the committee. I would not intend to nominate myself, let's just say that, okay? I would not, but but the mayor nominates the committee members. So if you really want to formalize, it's not part of the motion tonight. If you really want to formalize some kind of a negotiating structure, that's okay. I think we should probably talk about that next week. In the meantime, we know that members are talking to the community. That's all fine. You got the city manager and the county executive who are ready to start talking tomorrow with, I think, a lot of direction. So that's I just wanted to kind of put a little bit of bow on that. But however the council wants to move forward.
Mayor, can I just interject there? Yeah. The group that met today informally said this is the group that they wanted to remain. And, formalizing it, I think, does create some issues. I would say that this would be an informal rather than a council recognized group.
That's fine. People are welcome to meet however they want to meet. That's absolutely fine. It's just,
It would be a working group by definition.
Well, it's an informal working group without the sanction. And the city manager, of course, has a responsibility to all 9 members, including working directly with the mayor and the presiding officer. I just be a little careful about your Brown Act, your Brown Act issues as well as you. Whatever informal conversations you choose to have with whatever is, of course, your right, prerogative, and business, and could be, and like today, be helpful. But it's not a formal committee. That's I think the point Councilmember Harris is making. So
that's the working group. No, quite sure.
Okay. So are you done, Eric?
No, that's good. I think I just wanted to clarify those.
Okay, that's fine.
I think those are the fundamental mechanical pieces that both the members of the Board of Supervisors who had conversations today and members of the council said, this is how we can move forward, and this is how we can, what do they say, leave water under the bridge,
Please have as many good, constructive conversations as you can with your colleagues. Go do it. Amen. Please. It can only be good in the end. So I just want to make the final comment here and just say how much I appreciate the conversation, the tone of the conversation, my colleagues here. I know this has been very, very difficult, but thank you. I, too, leave this conversation more optimistic maybe than when I started it, because I do think, as I said earlier, that tension is not a bad thing. It's sometimes what is necessary in order to make breakthroughs. And we certainly have created tension here. And I think it may be for the good. I want to go back to Councilmember Chenier's point because I think it is really important. He said that this legally binding partnership agreement, I'm paraphrasing, needs to be at least the beginning of, if not encompass, a strategic plan. And in the end, how we do this is one thing, but the substance of this is what's most important. And there's only one definition of success that matters. Nobody expects us to cure this, but the partnership agreement has to represent, in terms of its financial commitments on both sides, in terms of its clarification of roles and responsibilities and duties on both sides, it has to represent the real possibility of genuine progress and better results. That's it. So we cannot, even if it's a hard negotiation, right? We can't just, look at what we did, if it doesn't have the potential to actually make the problem better. So that's the test. And everybody's talented here and has good relationships, as everyone said. Let's go forward and do something great together, all right? Let's call the roll on the substitute motion, please.
Councilmember Valenzuela's motion.
On the Councilmember Valenzuela's motion, yes.
Yes, this was a substitute motion by Councilmember Valenzuela and second by Councilmember Vang, which was option A to pull the item entirely. Vice Mayor Ashby?
No.
Councilmember Laloe?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Said yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Valenzuela?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Chenier?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gatta?
No.
Councilmember Jennings,
No.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
No. The substitute motion is defeated. Now the main motion on the floor. Please call the roll.
Thank you. The main motion was by Councilmember Harris and second by Ashby for option B, including the legally binding partnership agreement. Vice Mayor Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
No.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
No.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. That passes 7-2. All right. Well, there is a second part of this, and that is to designate the signers of the ballot. And I'm willing to volunteer on the pro side here and then figure out with colleagues and the community, whoever is supporting this, to figure out, and I think there'll be plenty of support, to gather the signators. On the opposition side, I assume Councilmember Valenzuela or Councilmember Vang would like that designation.
I would like to take lead, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a motion on that recommendation.
Mayor, happy to make the motion for you
Thank
to
you.
be the lead author for the pro and for Councilmember Valenzuela to be the lead author for
The opposition. Okay, let's call the roll. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's call the roll, please.
And Vice Mayor Ashby, does that include also the asking that we do an impartial analysis by the city attorney?
Yes.
Thank you.
Concur with the second.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. Okay, that's our business for tonight. It's a special meeting. If there's nothing else to come before the city council, we are adjourned. Thank you.